Street Fighter League Pro Japan continues with day number 4 with Division S. It's going to be absolutely insane. Man, it's been a little bit of a minute. We had Tokyo Game Show. We had all of these reveals. We had Sea Viper with all of the news floating around. And you already know for sure the players are ready to get back into business. Speaking of business, my name is Vicious here with Senkola to bring in all the action yet again. Before we get into that, obviously Senkola has now turned into the Red Bull gaming sphere apparently, but he is definitely here in full effect. How are you doing, Senkola?
I'm doing great. I wish I was there with the people hanging out amongst the crowd. Actually, you could leave it on that. That's actually perfectly fine because honestly, good to see people supporting it in the offline sort of things as we get down and dirty with everything that's going on with Street Fighter League. As you mentioned, there's been so much in the world of Street Fighter that's happening, and we're getting close to that midway point when it comes to this game. So we're going to be seeing what's going to happen in terms of who's going to get the lead up in points, going to get as many as possible for the playoffs. But I can also help you break down the rules. By the way, you guys and gals can go over to the website, the official website, to learn more. You know, they do have the English translation on there, but I'll break down just a little bit of how things are going down in the league. We have the away and the home sides. But before any of that begins, again, as y'all saw in the corner, you see right there, the support from the fans is absolutely insane. And the no motion cats are out there. My boys. Yo, did you get to visit them this week? To see them?
I saw them briefly, but they were very busy. They like dropped their new merchandise line. They have really, really cool design shirts. A little throwback to the Mad Catz design that we had like way back in 2009, 2010 era. So it was really, really cool to see them, and also just so many other players around, being able to talk to them, getting ready for like day 4, right? So everybody at Tokyo Game Show was in full effect. There were so many exhibitions. I know they announced also like Legendist coming up again. Shaka was there doing interviews with the Zeta team as well. It was a lot, man. Everybody was having such a good time, and for a very good reason, right? All these cats practicing for that 15 million yen prize pool, obviously supported by Taiyo Holdings, but most importantly, again, the prestige of being able to compete into Capcom Cup as champions of pretty much the league, right? So we'll see how it plays out today. I hope they've all got their like vacation rust brushed off and ready to go into gear.
It's funny you mentioned vacation because it seemed like they were out there playing like exhibitions and things like that. Keep aside, even watching some of the players like on their streams, still trying to keep up with the game. That's kind of been the way it goes for Street Fighter League. Trying to keep up informed as much as possible. As you mentioned, there's a lot to play for. To have to fight the US and EU teams later on at Capcom Cup, which I cannot wait to see. We're going to get those filled out at the end. It's all going to be live for those cats. Oh, what's up to the boys? Cracking the Red Bulls, of course. I wish I had one right now. I never have one on hand. But either way, you know, again, they're playing for quite a bit, which we'll go through like the, I'm assuming the awards and things like that. But there's a lot to play for monetarily, for also the prestige, as you mentioned, considering how big Street Fighter is over the land of Japan. And as well as, you know, being able to really establish yourself as like a top-level talent, not only for like a team-based, but also a singles base. You see these players that are so good in the team-based scenario, they go to like the singles for the World Warriors, which are coming up soon for them, especially for like the second one. And they're able to take that energy, that what they've been given in terms of like their momentum, and bring it over there. Let me bring it over to the awards real quick though. Let's go down this. Grand Finals MVP, one player from the Grand Finals team will take that one. Division MVP award, that's one player from each division. Rookie of the Year award, which we have a lot of contentiousness for that one. And the Drive Gauge Efficiency Award is the one who spends the most during all the matches throughout Street Fighter League. And of course, our favorite, the Drive Impact Award, aka the Unk Check Award. That is 50,000 yen each per player.
I could definitely use that on a rainy day like here in Tokyo right now. It's definitely raining mad hard. But I'll tell you what, when that 500 or that 50k yen hits extra, boy, let me tell you how many izakayas you can go through, man. It's gonna be, it would be so sick. But like all jokes aside, man, it's really cool to see all of the collaborations that have come through as well, right? We have our VTuber group also really supporting and also doing a lot of the post-match interviews. Vispo has been doing a phenomenal job of breaking that down over for the Japanese side, and hopefully we get to see that energy and effort throughout the entirety of maybe CPT as well, if anything, right? So seeing them get their debut into Street Fighter League Japan this season is like potential signs of things to come, and hopefully they can do a lot more in this space.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, seeing people enjoy the game, even outside of like League, you know, taking that energy outside and being like, you know, I really like this game. I like the scene, the community. I want to be a part of it. Is one of the better things about fighting games and how the growth has been over in Japan and just even in the US. Which in Legend how amazingly big that was. I think that was like 900 players or something like that, maybe even more the last time that they had that occurring. So like seeing the support from players that are new, the people on the outside that just want to enjoy Street Fighter in any sort of fashion has been nothing but short of incredible. So I love seeing fighting games grow. Hope this continues, and shouts out to all the people that are making that happen. Shouts out to Capcom once again for you know, continuing on with Street Fighter League, and it's again been like a sporting event. I think that helps embolden people. You get to root for a team instead of just like a singles or like a single person, I should say. So it gives you a little bit more energy. Like, oh, I love this team. I love Victrix, Fabu Gaming. You know, I really enjoy this team. I want them to get all the way through the playoffs. Speaking of, we have some really amazing matches lined up and some surprises, which we're not going to spoil just yet. Not just yet, but in terms of who's in these top spots, look at the team rankings real quick. Nagoya NTPOJA is over the likes of Good 8 Squad. They are tied, but in terms of differential and otherwise, Nagoya is leading the pack. They're sitting pretty right now in first, but that could all change. Good 8 Squad in second, Saishunkan, Kumamoto in third, in fourth, Fabu Gaming, Crazy Raccoon right after that. In last place, CAG Osaka, but they're only 20 points away from that fifth position. Yo, those fifths are sick. I'm sitting here talking about what's in terms of like the contentiousness, but I need some of these shirts, man. Did you get one while you were at the Tokyo Game Show?
I did not. I actually was looking for these shirts specifically. I could not find it. I was like, you know what? It is what it is, man. Dude, it was so tightly packed for like business day 1, business day 2, and then like general entry. I was like, you know what? I just want to say hi to my friends and peace out. I definitely got a lot of the +1 frame drops. I got the whole line. I'm bringing a lot back to my family, but a lot of new artwork coming out for supporting Street Fighter League Japan. Right, you see right here, the gang's all here. They got their thunder sticks. They're ready. They got their signs. You guys should also be doing the same. You have been every single stream. It's always genuinely appreciated the amount of support that you guys give every time you come through. Look at this, man.
The phone case too? I need this. Capcom, listen. I need a new phone case. It's kind of raggedy. I would love to equip mine with that artwork and wear that shirt too. Let's just take a visit. I might just take a visit myself over there, grab some of this merch, because this is just too good. Every time you see the merch that is like officially supported, it's really good. Sometimes official merch can be kind of shaky, but Street Fighter League Japan has always had some good merch.
I want to know like who's designing all of this, by the way. Like the artist who has been like involved in commissioning like a lot of the artwork from like last year to this year has all been phenomenal, right? You see a lot of like the characters kind of breaking the fourth wall, everybody kind of like hanging out together, so it's really cool to see like how creative some of these designs do get. But you guys can check it all out, Capcom_esports, for all the latest and greatest in regards to all the artwork, all the collaborations, as well as everything involved in the space of Street Fighter 6, specifically for the Japanese community, right? Again, you can always peer over, check them out to see what they're up to. There are so many events that are going to be in the pipeline for Street Fighter 6, especially when it comes to Japan. And I hope that kind of extends out towards the United States, extends out towards Europe as well. I want to see like how many other collaborations. I want to see how many more events can come through and make it happen. But before we get into that, we're talking about the matchups you said earlier in terms of the rankings. We have CAG Osaka going up against Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto. Let's talk about the guys in the away spot right now. The boy becomes, oh man, boys, man, the whole group, it's Takagi coming in with that Blanca. Really excited to see how he's going to play out today. One of my personal favorites, the Eternal Ace. You already know it's Uryo. Hopefully he comes in with that Jamie as well. One of the most stylish yet aggressive players, the Unlimited Dragon Dance Eita, coming in with that Akuma. And of course, the Mighty Hammer. It is the Reticent Perfectionist. I actually looked up in the dictionary. I'll explain it later. It's Fenrich. You guys definitely know who this man is just by being a fighting game fan. This dude is a phenomenal player, and it just makes sense for him to be the host. And they're in the hot seat. They're at Red Bull. That is so sick to see.
riding that energy. I love that. That offline gives you a different sort of feel. They're gonna need it because they're going against the one who has the sun shining on them. Saishunkan Kumamoto, a legacy team out here at Street Fighter League with some ridiculous players behind them, and Nemo making a deal with the devil, adding a grappler to his team. This is a stacked team in terms of talent and, of course, character selection. Let's take a further look at Saishunkan Kumamoto. Starting off, unstoppable, Uryo, super strong, causing creep with that geese. That man has the footsies of a god and is still rocking that character to a top level. That's going to be the Iceman, Kosa, skating on his opponents and taking people down with the newly implemented Ryu, as well as a Ken if need be, depending on the matchup, but it's mostly been Mr. Vanilla. After that, it's going to be Mr. Optimal. Shouts out to Machobo, making way with another Ryu for his team with a different sort of look. And last but definitely not least, the brutal Emperor himself coming down from the heavens. It is Nimbo with a variety of characters, JP, Bison, and maybe Blanca if he needs it, but right now he has such a good selection of characters leading the charge as the captain of a super stacked team. Saishunkan Kumamoto, a little bit less in terms of the festivities, maybe just heavily focused. Whoever it may be, they'll put their energy into the match regardless.
Really, really cool to see it. Like, I was talking to Nemo. He had visited over the same booth that I was playing games on with Justin. And I talked to him, I'm like, listen, I gotta know, what was your mindset when it came to picking your team? How did you let a Zangief player infiltrate your ranks? He's like, he literally was like, Koban's good? And I was like, you know, that's simple enough. It's simple enough. He's like, I don't like Zangief. He's like, I don't like Zangief, but Koban, he's good. I need that. Like, simple answer, but he was laughing. He's like, I don't like Zangief. I like Koban. Like, what a beast, dude. This is the order. Takagi, Eita, Uryo has Anchor Fenrich on the bench. The coach is putting his team to work. Takagi coming in with the first pick with Blanca. You gotta ask Saishunkan Kumamoto, who do you put for this one?
Is there deciding right now? Maybe Koban goes up first, possibly. It's kind of weird to see Fenrich go in the extra position. It's going to be Machobo, actually, that comes up to bat, it looks like. Confirmed by our production crew. Now they're going to zoom in on Machobo. Okay, so Machobo comes up first. I figured Machobo would come up in one of the first of twos. So, you know, either way, definitely makes sense. He's really good at anti-airing. I mean, like, we've known him to be such a long-standing player for mini games, a champion of mini games, and he really focuses on the anti-air approach. There's a whole document about him with footsies and like how to deal with anti-airs, how to space people out. It's really good. You should read it definitely if you haven't. But Takagi, though, man, I like the fact that he hasn't had much fear in his heart, at least outwardly. Like, he's excited to be around the crowd. He's more emboldened. He's going up first. Once again, these young cats out here for Street Fighter League or any part of Street Fighter in general are loving the energy instead of like shying away from it, not having a lot of fear in it, especially in a game that can be kind of volatile, at least in terms of what we see like outwardly. Tagagi's just like, hey man, this is my jungle. I like to rumble like this. This is perfectly fine for him. So we're gonna get the interview from him here in a second as they both gonna chat up a little bit. I'm so curious to see what Takagi has to say. You know, he's a younger cat. People don't know he's under 20, I think. If I'm not mistaken, he's like 17, 18, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yeah. I think he's around 18,
yeah.
like 18, 19, I think, yeah.
Ah, okay, okay. Not 21, all right. Young energy. Okay, so he says, I'm getting excited with this offline. I haven't had a great game yet, so I'll make one right now and take photos with everybody. Ooh, that's a dangerous cat. That's a, he said for the fans. Ooh.
He hasn't had like that bad of a start. I think he had a really clutch performance during like one of the tiebreaker series in like day number 1 in his debut. I thought that was phenomenal. Like, although I understand where he's coming from, actually breaking down his matches lately, he didn't play in day 2. So looking at day 3, he was the first one up for CAG Osaka. He fell short to Fujimura's Mai 2 games straight. So if that's any indication of how much a problem he might have to go through with some of the other players, I hope he's able to kind of like figure it out, right? Mai is always going to be a very, very big problem for someone like him. But again, with Machobo, he's going to be playing. Did we decide which character he's playing yet? It should be Ryu, right? It should be Ryu, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so I think I think it's going to be a little bit more tolerable with Ryu. So I think Takagi, after the beatdown that he received in the previous day, he's done a lot to kind of improve himself. I've actually had the chance to talk to a lot of the coaches out there during Tokyo Game Show. So they have a lot of like hope in the potential of Takagi. Like, he's very rambunctious, right? He's got a lot of energy and spirit, but when it comes to actually grinding out the game, he takes it very seriously, right? He's much of like very much like a performer. You see him the way he's like giving like the show service, I guess, towards the crowd, right? He's definitely got a lot of potential ahead of him. I'm really excited to see if he could tackle on someone like Machobo, who's just super sturdy all around, right?
I mean, speaking about sturdiness, I mean, we haven't seen Machobo lose. Well, he lost. I lied. He beat Bulgaria, lost a shoot though, and then won against Moke, it looks like. So he's like 2-1 so far. Yeah. So I feel like Machobo was like a really good test. So I guess 2 or 3. He's like a really good test in terms of like, can you rear back that rambunctiousness into solidity? You know, you're fighting a very solid footsie-based person who's going to be waiting for you to do like bad jumps and things like that. You're going to space things up with fireballs. Very fundamental play. But at the same time, when he hits you, it's going to hurt, because Machobo is Mr. Optimal. Whether it be scenarios where he opens you up with meaties, or if he gets a hit, it's going to be a dumping of damage in a proper sort of way. So Machobo, you know, he's been known to be the Mr. Optimal in the name, and we see it in the game plan too as well, and we see it week after week with him. So again, it's a big test for Takagi, you know, to be able to come here right off the rip, having to fight someone like Machobo, trying to get that energy, trying to get that W under his belt, even though he fell short previously and had a very good game the first time that he came through. Would like to get more W's on his belt and start off strong for his team. Very much going to be a difficult match, I think, on Takagi's side, but we'll see what happens. I think the energy of him being offline will actually make it better for him, it'll embolden him, maybe a little bit less shaky. Machobo said, though, as our leader said, we are strong. We just need to play to show everyone that we are about it.
Yeah, I mean, Machobo's already had a pretty solid record. You can see it at the bottom right, right? He's got a lot of confidence in his teammates. His coach has a lot of confidence in him, hence why he's going to be the first runner-up. He's not doing too poorly, right? He had faced off against other, you saw like the last couple of weeks. I think the first 3 weeks, every single week so far, he's played. So he, if I'm not mistaken, am I tripping? No, my mistake. I have to double check, actually. I'm looking at my notes. Let me double check. Okay, so Machobo was the anchor against Moke, week number 1. And that was mad close, by the way. That went down via 3-2. It was so close. Following week after that, the next time they had played, looking at it again, he was the anchor. So it's kind of interesting to see how he's been switching up, right? He actually fell short to Shuto Sakuma. Day number 3, if I'm not mistaken, Machobo ended up being second. So they're really trying to keep Machobo as versatile as possible on the home team. They want to make sure to establish the points early if he can, right? So that's going to be the biggest interest that I'm looking forward to. Ryu versus Blanca. Now, going into this matchup, this is a matchup we've seen a good handful of times, even back home in the States. We see it a handful of times over in Europe as well. I honestly think Takagi is going to play it at a slower pace until he scores that initial knockdown. I think he's going to do a great job of being able to set that tone with Blanca, kind of nullifying Ryu from throwing fireballs, if he's ready for it, right? Round start, Machobo throws that fireball to check him. Takagi, not ready for the slide just yet. Bang! Here we go, Machobo with a very big first strike.
Punching that knee bomb. Meaty overhead, Tatsu, DP right after it. Meaty staying fierce. He actually backdashed and blocked out the air ball, but still staying solid. As I say, that back meaty kick is able to get a little bit more damage back to mid-screen. But to the side, but the variance of fireballs is kind of hard. Does score at that time, though. It's a knockdown. As you mentioned, playing it slow when need be. Not trying to get too active.
Not quite yet, move forward. Does get the big opener down below. Machobo, despite the pace being set against him towards that end, he had so much life to work with. Level 1 on the start! I don't know what that was about.
Mistake. Either way, Machobo let that go for free. The bust out happens, though. Get some distance. Whip punish. Something simple. Machobo kicking the fireball. Heavy kick able to hit. Lift off. Almost at level 2 access. That's the biggest point here for contention in terms of pressure.
Knocking on the door, important tech from Takagi. Raw lightning beast. Not ready for the fireball from this distance, right? I don't think he's ready to challenge the space. He could get some of these slides too, man. There we go, punish counter. Hella damage incoming into the burnout. You have to finish it here. Absolutely he does. Takagi with a slight pop off. Here we go. To the final big whiff punish. Coming in from Takagi first. Let's go with a sweet OD. Machobo being rather impatient upon wake up. That's the second time getting smoked with that. Little fella. What a conversion midair. Overhead to check. More than enough damage. Level 1 incoming. You dropped it. No shot. Uh-oh. Shoto man. Shoto man. Here we go. Out of burnout. Takagi's just fine.
Falls at the fireball. The fireball for the interrupt. Overhead perfect parried and punish. Clutch. Because that would have been a hell of a lot of damage right there. First game. The Blanca main. All right. See if we can even out here. Machobo. That knee bump is such an important tool. Like, it's good against like crouching unit kick. It's good to low crush that button. That's what we see as an entry point.
Oh, what a whiff punish just outside of range. And what a sneaky way to get that throw. Bam. With the air ball, we do get the punish. Takagi waiting down below. No slide against the fireball. Machobo getting away with a lot of these fireballs for free, too.
Try rush, try to go for the throw. The DP is there. OD below on the drive gauge. In the back dash, I like that. Get some distance now, activate. We're all getting the bar back too as well. Stacking every so often. Careful with the drive gauge. Can he go for a parry? Back throw. It was too raw on the DI.
Oh, perfect parry. Oh, he didn't get to catch it in time. The counter hit scored for Takagi. Getting another big opener. Look at that match point. He's popping. He's already popping off.
He got again. Sliding the knockdown, nice and close. Back down straight from the throw. Avoid the throw the second time. Shugeki Tatsu. Reversal buttons on the stand light kick. And that knee bomb has been such a big entry point. I mean, you got to figure out how can I deal with that button? Do I crouch and kick it at a further distance? Do I OD fireball? Bucket ball, nice and low. Oh yeah, hit the level 3, get the lead up.
Just with a slight life lead, but the advantage mostly in Machobo's favor, right? Mid-screen does have a bunch of drive gates to him. Takagi opens up down below, lightning beast. Hella damage incoming. He still has drive gates to him, but he also has access to little fella. He dropped it. This is dangerous, and he's in burnout. What a jump back. Takagi calling out Machobo for his huge error. That was way too eager and way too predictable to stop someone like Takagi.
The fact that he popped out of his seat as soon as he got that win, already taking pictures, slapping hands, getting handshakes, kissing babies. Takagi. That scrap sort of scenario, I feel like he is such, he's so like about that life. He's like fine with that. And even more so, like knee bomb was such a big entry tool for him to start that aggression, to stop the crouch unit kick, to stop that footsie tool of Ryu. Well versed, you mentioned that he is very studious in this game. You can see in his game plan, he's very solid when it comes to like those moments. So you're looking for a DI, looking to cash out, try to get the wall pin scenario and kill me for that. No, I'm staying solid. Even when moments like we saw previously with the fireballs, kind of locking him down, he's able to change up the pace and put Machobo off his game. Under the perfect parry scenarios, but this was too good. Finds a confirm, and yeah, let me see the end right here once again. The fact that he avoided the DI, activates that level 2. This kid is something sick, bro. Back throw, that's fine, the burnout, but the jump back fierce, the fadeaway was fantastic. What a start. 10 points, CHE Osaka.
That was a real clean ender too for Takagi, man. There's a lot that kind of contributed to that W for him, right? His defense played a huge part. He was a little bit off in the beginning, right? Trying to check the pace against Machobo. But Machobo, he let it rock too much, man. I don't think he came back from vacation fully because those two ODDPs got severely punished. But I will also attest it towards Takagi's overall defense and reads against Machobo offense, right? He had a handful of really, really good perfect parries to switch it up and also get some space for himself. I was really excited to see that, and also just that final read was like chef's kiss. Takagi showing off his prowess right now. 2 games over Machobo. That is a wild stat.
Very much so. Now it's like Kosa's gonna come up to bat to fight things off. Kosa figured also would come up. That might mean that for the anchor position, we might get a little Nemo. We'll have to see. I'm going too far right now, but either way, Kosa against Eita. Another different look with the Ryu. You know, has only recently switched since like what CEO, but has been doing really good work with him. Usually, again, we mentioned this, we talk about it a lot. When you switch to a character, especially like mid-season, it's kind of difficult to get a handle no matter how strong the character is. But Kosa has adapted just fine to Ryu. So usually when people do that, I'm like, oh, it's kind of looking bad for them. They're going to be going through some growing pains so much that they're not going to be able to do well in league or like, you know, the singles tournaments. But Kosa's doing just fine out here in these streets. Eita says, however, in this interview, I don't want to play him at all. It's his play style. I can't mimic it. So he's like, I don't even want to fight this cat.
That's a different call, man. Like, I don't know what Kosa's philosophy is now playing Ryu. I feel like with Ken, it was a lot easier to distinguish what he was going for, but with Ryu, it's kind of like a whole different style, at least watching the way he's been playing lately. So I kind of wonder what Eita means specifically when it comes to Kosa's playstyle, and I think it's something we'll eventually uncover. The rest of Eita's interview, apparently he was ready for Kosa, right? He said, I knew he would come through for this match, so I practiced for it. So despite him initially fearing Kosa, he's at least somewhat prepared, so he says.
We'll have to see in the match. Looking at Kosa's record so far, let's see here. He defeated Fujimura with his Ryu, and then went to the Ken and defeated Dogra, it looks like, but then lost to Gachikun, it looks like in the anchor match. So he's had a pretty decent record so far, especially in the first two scenario, and being able to have the Ken on his side of things, like, even though like the Ken is what we know him for, what we've seen him for, and we understand like his very technical sort of side with that character he's been able to embolden. I feel like the Ryu, as you mentioned, we haven't really seen clearly like what makes him so different or stand out against like Macho or whatever, but the look is different enough that they've been able to be okay with him being on the team and having 2 Ryus. And I'm wondering what he's gonna be able to do against someone like Eita, who is on his own side of things showing a different style than what we've seen him over in Street Fighter 4 with his Wild Not Mild style. I mean, he's definitely harder to I guess see what he's gonna do on defense. Definitely takes a lot of liberties and risks back in the day, but now he's kind of calmed down a little bit, and people aren't really expecting that sort of Eita. So we'll see if he is ready or if Kosa's ready. Kosa said, the first player I heard from the other player, hold on now. The first player I heard other people from different genres was Eita. I really have respect for him, but today he's my opponent. I'll play hard against him. So Kosa's like, listen, I have respect for this guy, but I'm gonna cook him up.
I mean, he could try. He's definitely gonna have to try. I think Eita, again, he's been around like so many different like fighting games for so long, right? Like very, very aggressive playstyle, and he kind of continues that with his Akuma. We had seen a very like significant example of that in the earlier weeks of Street Fighter League, where he kind of got impatient and tried to close it out, despite it not being in his favor. He tried to kind of like play more of an emotional read rather than kind of waiting it out. I forgot who that was with, but that was actually kind of godlike. Was that against, let me double check. It was against Otani at the very end? No, it was against Seiya at the very end. And that caused him the game over in week 1. But outside of that, I mean, like, I think Eita overall, he's definitely changed it up, right? He's definitely looked at that tape and is like, why the hell did I go in? Why would I risk something like that in such a high intense moment. He definitely cleaned it up if you looked at week 3, right? He took down Sakonoko 2 games straight, very, very convincing. And then in regards to week number 2, it was kind of rough. Sahara? Oh, I think it was the Sahara match. It was not Seita. It was against definitely the Sahara match. So that was actually kind of sick to see. The fact that he was so close to taking out Sahara in week number 2 was a sight to see.
I'm glad he's kept with the character. You know, even when Ken was strong in the previous season, he was like, I'll show you why I'm going to keep on the Akuma, and it's worked out well for him. And again, seeing somebody switch up their style from what they used to be, add a little bit more patience, defense, and clean it up week after week over at Street Fighter League definitely is testament to how storied of a player that he is. Now, in terms of like the matchup, every time I hear people talk about the matchup, like the Ryu players especially, they're like, we don't mind it too much, even though Akuma's fireballs can go band to band with Ryu's fireballs. It's the damage potential that if you get that hit, it's going to hurt. Like whenever I hear like Indian Walker talking about it, he's like, yeah, Akuma has a lot of tools, but if I hit him, the game is over. Like if I land a good stand fierce, a good jump in, that's 70% of the character's health gone. So just looking for that entry point. Want to take some damage here and there. Obviously, Akuma can dish it out on the other side of things, but I don't think it's that bad for Ryu. He's got the same sort of limbs of the crouching medium kick. His is damn near as long as Akuma's is. He can go band to band with the fireballs, the OD. Even the normal fireballs are pretty damn good. He's got good anti-approach. Heavy DP has Oki after it, so I think they'll be just fine on both sides of things. And I think that Kosa will be it'll be like a test in terms of how good are you against someone who is a specialist at this point. You've been playing Ryu for a couple of months. Ada's been playing Akuma for pretty much since the character dropped, if I'm not mistaken. I feel like as soon as Akuma dropped, he made the switch over. It was like half and half with him and Ken, and then after a couple of months after that, he was like, I'm full Akuma. I'm on the Satsui no sauce, and I'm not getting off.
That's pretty much accurate. Yeah, I mean, for very good reason, right? You talked about both of the similarities between Ryu and Akuma in terms of the damage dealt, in terms of the pressure they could kind of provide for themselves while trapping the opponents in the corner. I think one of the biggest things that people talk about when it comes to Akuma, his points of entry are way more versatile than Ryu's, right? Like the Demon Raid alone is such an important tool towards bypassing fireballs in terms of changing up different angles of approach. Like you could do the light Demon Raid and then either like dive kick your way through or fake out, etc. Right? There's a lot to consider while Akuma is airborne as well. I mean, like, surely Ryu can uppercut. If you call it right, sure, you could land it, catch a Demon Raid, whatever. But if you miscalculate, if you happen to just whiff it, best believe you're hitting that fist right into the sternum as your punish counter. So a lot is, I think, really a lot to take in as Akuma, right? Like his corner carry is pretty good. His corner pressure is phenomenal. I don't even know if like Ryu has like very similar approaches in terms of like the meaties, right? Like I'm looking at like overall frame data. I think it's not really, I guess, as potent as Akuma's, right? You're looking at Akuma on block standing medium punch. It's such a great starter. That being +1, you have setups for like meaty fireballs as well. That could be a little bit problematic. You're looking at Ryu's side, right? Like what is he gonna do to kind of, I guess, get his meaties ready, right? Like how does he approach like all of lights? He is threatening with throw loops though. Like he has one of the most dangerous throw loops in the game, for damn sure.
Yup. Yeah, you're so close right after. Yeah, I agree in terms of like the meaty scenarios. Like Akuma gets so much more. Like if he hits a meaty fireball, he can drive rush right after. His meaty setups and his buttons are better. Ryu gets like stand medium for most of his stuff, and his Oki isn't that good. His drive rush isn't that far too as well compared to other characters. I think even Akuma's is better than his. So like you're not getting too much in terms of carry, and even his normal conversions, giving up so much damage for like carry that isn't as good as like Akuma, like is kind of a toss-up. So there are weaknesses for Ryu. A lot of people are like, well, Ryu's so strong, yada yada, he doesn't have any weaknesses. He does have some things that are not as strong as other Shotos. Counter carry, as you mentioned, in terms of like having to give up damage and like access for Oki, Akuma doesn't have to do that, but Ryu kind of has to pick and choose sometimes. And that entry point, like the ones that you mentioned, like some of them are kind of risky. Donkey kick is very annoying. Like, obviously, it's very hard to punish, and half the time it doesn't get punished. So don't get it twisted. However, in terms of like safe and solid options, forward fierce, stand fierce, really good from Akuma. Snap kick's really good. If you throw out a forward fierce and they're too far out, like a lot of players are starting to like backdash. They think a forward fierce is coming through from a Ryu player and punish it. Those things are very telegraphed. You got to be careful as a Ryu player. So Akuma doesn't have to take as many liberties. But again, if he hits you, it's going to hurt. Can he find those moments? We'll see if Kosa can do so, or if Eita can switch up the style enough where Kosa can't get a handle on it.
We are getting ourselves ready. I mean, obviously, these guys are at the Red Bull Tokyo, or Red Bull Gaming Sphere in Tokyo, getting it set up. But yeah, for the most part, we'll see. I think very, very shallow, I guess, pre-game analysis. It's more so of who can score that first knockdown and survive that pressure, right? I want to see what Eita is going to do upon startup, if he's going to be rather aggressive. I want to see if he's going to like get a little bit closer towards Kosa to kind of go for like maybe like a whiff punish game or something like that too. I want to see if Kosa opens up with a fireball. Very, very basic. I want to see if he opens up with the fireball just to see what Eita's reaction is going to be just right off the bat. So I know Kosa is going to be way more patient in this matchup in comparison to Eita. So we'll see if the dynamite actually explodes, or even if like the wick is going to be lit. So we'll see. We'll definitely see how this matchup is going to be played out real soon.
I think one benefit that Kosa has is that he's very technical and he's very studious when it comes to breaking down like matchups. Like he used to send like these really minute punishes over like Angry Bird with Ken and things like that. Other players weren't really doing. So I like that side of him. I would imagine that side is there with the Ryu, so we might see that in this match. But can he do so, or is Fujimura good enough to even get to that point? Is Eita going to throw him off his game by playing a little bit more on the defensive side of things? And I want to see what happens with the fireball game, as you mentioned. I mean, Akuma could dive kick that if he gets the right read. The timing, anti-projectile play. Here we go. That starts off now, crouching unit punch, no counter it. We'll get the confirm, actually, whip punishing the crouching unit kick. Kosa ready. That's too close. Ooh.
Bang, just like that. OD fireball being able to follow up right behind it with that drive rush. Nice catch from Eita, backing away. Obviously, he really cares for his drive gauge first. Man, that was a really ambitious forward fierce coming in from Kosa. Go forward down below. Hella damage incoming. Level 2 for sure.
Just to make sure the damage is done. The Empyrean's in. But again, we talked about that forward fierce. You know, a lot of people want to use it as an entry point. People are starting to get wise to the Ryu game plan. So he backdash towards it. Fireball, stopping the entry point with the drop rush, stand medium. We're in. Reversal champs with the wake up though. Back heavy kick. OE, Hashugeki. Off the throw, still able to get the donkey kick, the knockdown. Try to catch him Tekken. Nothing doing. Only DP, that bust out.
Pretty close to death for Eita. Knocking on the door, does get the back throw. Kosa doesn't want to risk anything else. He'll just take it. Eita backing away. Air fireball, perfect parry against the regular fireball from Kosa. Does manage to clutch it out low forward fireball, nice and easy. A lot of meter built for himself going into this round, right? A single hit from Kosa could be rather dangerous with level 3 loaded.
Big lead or big finish. The landscape of the match has changed. OE fireball into level 1. And does that just to stock up. I do like that. 1/4 the health gone to from Akuma. Counter hit, donkey kick, drive rush in, stand fierce. Eita trying to get the whip punish. Too far out though. What attack.
I like the space. I like the pocket that Kosa's playing at right now. No checks on the walk back. Eita was trying to sneak in a couple of those lights as the strings. Kosa, well aware of it. Not even trying to contest the demon right up above. Delayed air fireball. Eita finds an opening, at least with the throw. Drive rush on in, forward.
Perfect parry, swats the fireball away. The dash up, counter it, goes for the throw. Didn't want to trust and believe, and a button right after. Delays looking for a reversal, nothing doing from Kosa. Finds the overhead, you are more than dead. Donkey kick level 3, of course. You mentioned it, man. Defense and patience from Kosa is helping him to stave off the demon raids, the damage from below. Ryu wins. First game to him.
Really, really clean start for Kosa right now. We talked about some of the damage that he deals in scoring some of these big hits, these first initial hits, and then like losing Oki. Kosa is showing a very prime example of how much he doesn't really need that Oki, right? I think his suppression in the corner has just been that much more intimidating in comparison to just like applying pressure up close, right? He's always playing in a certain pocket where low mediums do hit, which he does so right now. Getting that Tatsu finisher, forward throw, backing away, right? And now checking the button actually coming in from Kosa. That was a counter hit against him.
Stop the shooting from happening with the crouching medium punch. The backdash again. We see that quite a bit from Eita to avoid 4 Pierce. Now the donkey kick. Perfect parry. Tatsu. Try push overhead still plus. Delayed just a little bit to get the jab off. Cross got DP. Ready with it.
Oh,
it's a low forward.
That was a counter hit. Kosa pressing buttons definitely where he shouldn't. Eita fighting back. Does get the first round of game 2.
Push there. No big deal though. Fireball's adding that variance to the neutral so far. Had to drive rush up. Could have been way worse. Raw sweep. That's been working out as a whip punish. And then knockdown here. Great though. These perfect parries are kind of godlike, I can't lie. It doesn't matter, the low comes through, heavy kick Tatsu, towards the corner you go.
Oh, damn, that was far. Oh my god, he actually threw out that medium punch at such a weird timing. Eita trying to press a button to stop it, eats a level 3 to the chin. Look at that match point for Kosa.
Let bar though, Eita can utilize, maybe level 2 coming through like for a corner scenario. Can get him there though. Kosa's been so strong at holding ground with the purple parries against the fireballs, not giving him any room. Keeping his drive gauge up, there's the low. Try to edge forward. That deadly button coming through. Drive rush the fake out, gets a stand here still. Even on that much recovery, DP level 3, huge lead in green gauge here for Eita.
Damn. Knocking him out for the night. Kosa. A back roundhouse to catch a delayed button for Eita. Are you kidding me? What a read. And also another call out. Eita scores the overhead. That was mad far.
Mad far with that walk speed. It's a very deadly combination. I saw Daigo talking about how like overhead's more contentious or a continuous thing from Kuma players. I guess people walking around with the walk speed and things like that. Very closer, but also good just to catch people in the footsie range. Shogeki Tatsu towards the corner. Nice and close. Gotta play it close, but 6 frame.
Ooh. Nice call. We get the target combo charge in the dungeon. This corner control is so much for Kosa. No whiff punishes inside on either end until Eita finally manages to score 1. There was a lot of low medium kicks being thrown across the board.
The DP on the neutral jump, a crouching light kick, opens him up, counter hit. Even though it's heavily scaled, this should be the end. Level 1 is more than enough. Set point for Eita. He's a bar in his pocket for a rainy day.
Eita's doing a great job of keeping himself like not too susceptible to some of these whiff punishes, forcing Kosa in really awkward positions to try to go for these whiff punishes, and then again, trying to take a couple of steps too far with a button. Eita getting pretty damn close to locking down Kosa. What a call out too with the lights, back throw, resetting all of the situation and momentum. You got the chop, trying to dash in. Eita's trying to be real sneaky about it. Drive rush forward, crouching medium punch, definitely a strike throw. Hella damage off of that. Eita betting it all. Exactly what we were talking about. Eita always trying to be the aggressor, take his turn back, and get severely punished for it. Match point for both.
Comes out of this. Dash up, check with the stand light kick. We block it out though. Eita. These fireballs are getting perfect parry, but he's waiting for the interaction right after. He's gonna press the issue now. Tatsu, drive rush throw, cross cut DP. Only DP for the side of Kosa. Parry fireball definitely be dangerous. He'll just drive rush it autocorrect with the DP. Because he did the DRC right there, was able to autocorrect and get the DP off. Plus frames on the guillotine. Low forward fireball, no super just yet.
Oh, we got the cross cut. Eita now in control. Defensive back throw. He kind of delayed it. Oh, that could have been whiff punish city. He could have been dead off of that. And he still manages to catch the timing against Kosa. Level 3. Right into the chest and then into the chin. Eita getting away with murder, by the way.
And again, yo, the pop off CAG Osaka. The tongue is out. The peace signs are up. But it's all problems right now. Eita with the victory.
この堅実な立ち回りのこのミックスで最後は綺麗な倒し切りとなりました。
was catching the second action that would come from Kosa. Perfect parry, that's cool. You perfect parry my fireballs, no big deal. You dash up, I have that crouching when you kick to check and challenge you and lead into a lot of damage, into corner carry, whatever it may be. Eita scores his victory from that little forward more continuously.
Yeah, no doubt, right? There were a couple of instances where Kosa caught Eights off guard by a couple of unorthodox looks, right? One of them being the overhead, the delay, or catching the delay with the background hops because of its inherent startup, right? I think that was really, really smart. But closing it out for Kosa was just so difficult. Like, you're starting to see, like, the difference night and day between Akuma and Ryu when it comes to, like, up-close pressure. Like, although the damage is similar, you just feel so much more under pressure and underwater playing against Akuma.
It's that walk speed, man. The fireball too as well. It just makes things a lot more devious to have to deal with. Your buttons are trying to come out, he just interrupts you. And that's 20 for CAG Osaka. This is what we need to see from them. They're in the bottom rungs right now. And they might be walking away with a 40 bomber depending on what happens here. Uryo stepping up to bat in the anchor position. Has the JB to start off with. Could go over to Chun-Li if need be, but we see more of the Jamie play overall, especially on his streams. I feel like he's more with that character nowadays. But I feel like if you have a Jamie on the screen, would JP not be a good pick, even like Bison? What do you feel? Like, I feel you played so much Jamie. What would you not want to face? A JP or a Bison?
Ooh, that is kind of a tough question. I'd much rather not fight against... I want to say more so against JP, right? Like, although Jamie does have the tools to kind of get around like fireball pressure, I still think like departure really halts him from doing anything, or at least to approach. I think the spikes also gets around whatever Jamie is trying to do with the approach. It kind of goes back and forth too, because if you take, I guess, too long to get set up, JP can run away with it. But I do like Jamie's pressure against JP. Mostly, but it's gonna be the Zangief. Actually, it's not Nemo.
What?
I wrote down Nemo on my notes, but it's gonna be Koban.
That's what I had to. I figured that in terms of a matchup, it'd be better to go for JP or Bison if you need to. I feel like those are two pretty good matchups against Jamie. But to pull up Geef, where you can, at minimum, have a grazing thing, you can just backdash and get your drinks off a lot more consistently because Geef doesn't have the drive rush distance like a lot of other characters. It's kind of a weird decision to bring Koban up. I wonder if he's surprised too.
今日はお暇にしてもらっていいんで、ぜひ後輩の力見てください。はい。はい、よろしくお願いします。頑張ります。
頑張ってください。
My man was talking that talk. He was definitely directing at Koban. He's like, look here, youngin. I've been doing this before you've been even born. We're actually gonna get the actual interview in just a bit, but Koban, I'm sure he's excited to play offline.
Oh yeah. Okay. Uryo says, good evening. To be honest, I talked with Koban for the first time today. Did my homework, so let Finrich rest today. He's like, Finrich, brother, I got this. Don't worry. I'm gonna sip my sauce. I'm gonna get my pressure going, my Jamie, and went from there. But this is the first time he's talked with Koban, so it's kind of funny that they have only interacted at this point in person. So
he said first time today.
Koban's saying first time today. So at all, my mistake. Excuse me. Koban, we'll get his interview real soon. But again, why do you think Koban's coming up as a matchup against Geef, though?
Dude, I have no idea, man. Like, I could commentate 1.5 million matches, and I would still be like, yo, I like Nemo over Uryo specifically for the Jamie matchup, dude. I haven't a clue as to why he would throw up Zangief here. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I'll talk about it. Anyways, so so Koban's approach is very slow and steady. I don't think, in terms of like having a quote-unquote like a matchup that's like, I really don't want to say it's bad. Like, it's definitely not terrible for sure. I think Koban's style of pressure can be rather intimidating against Uryo, who might not want to try to play that game. I don't like Zangief's normals against Jamie as much. I mean, sure, he has armor. That's one of the biggest things that we kind of talk about. But like, I feel like in terms of some of the ranges, like Jamie's gonna have a pretty decent time trying to like whiff punish Zangief, but I don't even think like Koban is even the type to whiff any of these normals, or any bigger normals that put him in danger, honestly.
That's a fair assessment. You know, when you watch Koban, he's more of like the footsie base sort of Geef player, like really using like a lot of lights, crouching light punch, sometimes standing medium punch as well. You know, also as like a driver entry point tool. Like he's really more about using those buttons, like the mediums and lights, more than like almost without saying heavy kick or go for like a sweep, like a raw sweep to kind of like knock you off the feet. Like he's more about the more footsie based approach in every matchup I see him play, and you know, not really going for like ridiculous reads or things like that, just kind of walking you down. Koban did say our two players did a good game, but unfortunately lost. These kind of anchor matches, I get so fired up, so I'll do what I can for my team. So maybe he's so emboldened to save the team right now. He's like, listen, I can do it though. What happens on paper, or that could be bad, that could occur, I can take it from here. But you know, there's some good things that Jamie does have. Like I know that it's easier for characters to whip punish, so it'd be better for Koban to hit crouching medium punch against that and things like that. But his drink situations got better over time after season after season. When he does have those drinks, he's going to be more of a threat in terms of dumping up the damage. And that driver Stand Fierce is going to beat that Stand Fierce from the side of Geef. If Geef tries to use that as a stopping point against Drive Rush, that Stand Fierce will blow that up every time. But as you mentioned, Koban doesn't really use it like that, so I don't think that's going to be a problem. But it's something to consider in the matchup. First to 3, so there's some time to grind it out, but I'm curious.
I would think it from like a team's perspective. If Koban does manage to get like the tiebreaker scenario, I'd imagine like somebody had said it in chat earlier. I think like having Nemo for the anchor to play off against Blanca is much more tolerable, right? So like in terms of like taking the risk to survive and also continue on with like a more favorable situation for themselves, I think I could see the reasoning behind it from Nemo, like throwing up Koban first rather than doing like. Rather than forcing him to play against Blanca. Like Fenrich is Blanca of all people too.
That makes sense, especially someone that understands that matchup very well. They play Blanca. They almost play in a little of a similar way where they want to play that like that one-player game. So I guess that kind of makes sense to send somebody that's going to understand that game plan even more. So, all right, Koban, you're in the first of 3, so you have more time to grind this out. But same with Uryo. So if things do go bad, he has a Chun-Li, and Chun-Li players apparently don't mind that matchup too much, especially with the legs buff, you know, being able to punish -5 scenarios and get like a punish counter right after. So if things do go bad, Uryo can switch up the characters, but I think it's probably going to be Jamie for him more often than not. I think I've seen more of this character from him in Street Fighter League than I have ever his Chun-Li overall, even though on his streams he'll dabble back and forth. When it comes time for game time, it's mostly been about the Jamie.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I'm just overall curious to see how this plays out between like Koban and Uryo, right? Like Uryo has been like low-key evolving this Jamie. Koban, I actually haven't been able to pay attention to Koban as often. I'll definitely admit that. I've only been able to watch him closely via like Street Fighter League and seeing like some of his replays here, but we'll see what this approach is going to be. Medium kick, already off the bat, actually gets a punish counter against Uryo. Uryo trying to be a little weary of the SPDs, hence why he had backdash away from those lights afterwards.
Don't get too close. I'll take one SPD to equalize it. Trade actually. Flip out does put him in a distance where he's away. Driver Stand Fierce, talked about that. Doesn't blow it up in full, but still. Good entry point, 5 frame, quick with it. Space trap off the Rekka. Oh.
Gets another drag off of the whiff punish on that sweep too. A very, very important tool for Uryo being able to extend like that. The armor off of the drive rush. Back to back Fierces now. Koban is slugging.
Commits to it. And the stand medium kick. Oh, full conversion though, the kill. Running bear grab. Drive rush, base on the dot kick. Only DP though. Right after it's my turn. Once I got far, it's still my turn. Uryo.
That's insane.
Like a thief in the night.
That's actually kind of insane. My man Uryo spent it all, bro. He was gonna die after that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, big reversal, big punish actually, excuse me.
They will space out as well. Went on hit this time though. Let me see his dot kick. That means he's standing to get more devious. The stand just works out nice and close. The dot kick gets the stand medium punch. Now taking the Oki. 2 drinks now, 100% in terms of damage. Perfect parry. Push him with the stand Fierce, has the reach for it. Bakai spin. Excuse me.
SPD, drive rush in? No, he's not. He doesn't need to. Standing medium kick against Uryo's drive rush. An excellent tool to counter. A little sluggish on the startup, but it's still pretty damn good.
Yeah, great closer button. Would have been good with the trade as well. Take back the turn. Perfect parry to what he likes right after. He sets with the headbutt. Drive rush SPD.
Oh my god!
SPDs have been landing.
Against the parry. Did you see that? Oh, he's hella dead. This guy is deader than dead. Uryo paid the ultimate price calling it wrong on defense. That was disgusting. He's not dead. My mistake. It was a perfect parry after all. I apologize. Koban just needs one touch.
Might as well be. Desperate comeback has to happen right now. No level 2. They're gonna activate. My god, it's a one touch. Gets a sweep. One drink. Dive kick on the menu now. Delay crouching light kick. Koban with the low. Oh man.
That was hella damage. Grabbing the perfect parry with that SPD was like 45%. That was ugly damage.
This man, Koban, calling out the defensive habits. He got hit with the ODDP. He was like, all right, everything else, though, that's done on defense, I'm going to blow it up. And it's happened continuously. You know, you see the ideas from Uryo, like drive rush stand fierce is really good, poking the proper ranges. But then you see the adjustment from Koban. Some of the Rekkas, I feel like Koban intentionally maybe walking forward to make sure like the Rekkas are in range if he does commit, or if he does go for even like the first one, he's in range to get the SPD right after, and ensuring that he's going to get a punish. He's been poking with the stand medium kick. He's been ringing back buttons every so often against like the dive kicks. He got hit with a few of those, but overall the butts have been working out. And the resets with the SPDs have been doing the damage, and that's putting Uryo on the back foot enough where he's trying to tap parry, call a button, gets blown up with a command grab. Koban forcing out the timeout here from the other side of things. Like, hey man, on paper, they're supposed to win this matchup, right? Like, are we supposed to do good in this matchup? What's going on, bro?
Nah, there's so many different looks that he's checked against Uryo's approach thus far, and he's been really smart about it too. And it's also really tough. Like, there are moments where he gets punish counters off of like a perfect parry. He'll do like a crouch jab and then just kind of wait and see what they'll do to react. Or actually, not wait, excuse me. He'll actually move on in, right? He'll just do crouch jab and not even try to continue the combo, because it's not even worth the damage if you try to go for a full combo after that. So like the biggest threat that Zangief does pose is off of these resets, right?
Yeah. So again, the headbutts, the jab, and like nothing. And also puts like the intention of like, can I parry here? Can I not? And then you get blown up for that. Koban keeping it nice and close and personal against Uryo. See the adjustments are. See if we can get more drinks. If that even impose a threat, I don't even know. The way Koban's playing, it's all about the defense more than the offense, I think.
Yeah, I think Uryo's going to be in a really tough position. Like, Koban has already caught wind of like Uryo's pacing so far. Like, we've seen how risky Uryo was playing in the very first round, like taking that OD dive kick into OD uppercut, real sneaky, right? Just trying to kind of play. Honestly, it's the type of play style where you're banking on your opponent to like know how the frame data is going to work based off of like where he lands with the dive kick, right? But it's like, if you're not punishable, even if you're negative, you can still steal a turn away with an ODDP, right? Because of the invisibility frames. So I don't think gimmicks like that will work against Koban long term.
100%. First of 3, where he can sit there as a grappler, get more and more data. Takes the turn right there. Crushing light kick, hits the headbutt, the backdash, but took some drive gauge. Getting a little bit of that back with the Rekkas though. That's more of that stand fierce.
Oh, he had plenty of time.
As the anti-air.
Bang, SPD. Drive rush forward. Waits right in front of him. Uryo, no conversions. No big ones, at least. I like that. But it's kind of with the drive rush fierce. Not going for the drink. A little bit too delayed. Koban was mashing on that crouching light kick. He definitely knew it.
And burnout, though. Up in the corner. So one touch. Might have to take a trace. It's an overhead. Instead, he tried to go to the throw, and Koban read that like a book.
He's so smart. He plays in such a unique style. Running bear grab after the forward heavy kick is blocked. Uh-oh. Hella damage again. Help me. Oh, he's hella dead.
Oh, he knows he's going to get active on defense when he wakes up. He has something for every single damn time. Perfect. Koban.
Damn, son. Hot. Damn, this guy's so good, man. Whew. Koban is just so slick when it comes to his approaches as well, man. There we go. Back on the grind, Koban. Does get exposed down below first. First drink, first sip for Uryo of the night.
Counter combo, don't in the corner for the arrow, the throw, cross got DP, the arrow works out. Go back though, just buttons instead. Gets the record confirmed. 2, a little bit more, he needs more damage. I feel like he's been finding access here and there in terms of choices, but needs more behind it. DP level 3 now in total, trying to go for the toe tap. What's it doing? Doing close.
Maximum drink. What do you do about this? Uryo is actually so dangerous right now. Koban's not out of it yet though. So has some drive gauge to him as well. Damn, that was such a far palm.
We space out, no reversal SPD. Full record scenario, okay. Better about getting the drinks off, getting more damage. Stay with that set point for now. Drive rush stamp here, safe they're in. Caught him trying to drive rush up. Takes the drink, fully in the green. Drive rush, oh,
yo,
OD palm,
yeah,
excuse
that was
me.
sick. The drive reversal. Koban trying to bully Uryo into this corner. Excuse me, not Uryo, hello. Level 3 coming in.
Over for the damage.
What is the continuation?
Kick, jump heavy kick. Inside kick, jump heavy kick. Okay.
Let's grab. One more touch! Too far! Koban's on the move! Here we go! No way!
No way! Caught the jump with level 1. Drive rush. He is there to stop the drive rush SPD. Don't get close to me. The reversal working out. Uryo. That could have been bad, but it's looking real good for him. Oh man, I thought it was gonna be over for him. I can't lie, Vicious. I thought that was gonna be a man trying to tap parry and die for that decision.
If he called out the OD uppercuts, and if he lost in that moment, I would have left. I would have been like, you know what, Cola? You got the rest of the night to you, bro. That's all you, man. I'm great. I'm all right. That was so wild.
Oh my God, the routing back from Uryo doing a little bit better of a job of in terms of getting on offense. You know, we mentioned the defense a little bit lacking though, but his offense at least getting the drinks up, that gets him more damage access, it gets him more tools to utilize, and more to think about on the other side of Koban. But that could have went either which way right there in that last round. That could have definitely been the route back, final round for Koban. So it's not like Koban is that far from putting Uryo down. Same with him, you know, a few decision-making moments that could have been bad for him that stay solid. Let's see if continue that sort of momentum this next match. Oh my God, this match is good. I like this.
I'm so terrified right now for Uryo. Like, he's taking so many big risks and all of them are really paying off. I love that for him. But if Koban manages to snatch you up off of one of these mistakes for a game, I'm gonna feel so bad for Uryo. I'm gonna feel mad bad. Well, only a little bit because I like the destruction, but I will feel a little bad for Uryo.
Doesn't mean we get more games, so that's kind of cool. But also, oh, we'll see. As you mentioned, like maybe some of these dive kicks could be putting him in trouble. You know, all it takes is like a bad belly space dive kick where you're too close, and all of a sudden you get SPD and he gets the lead. He rises from there. All it takes is him just needing a trade. All it takes is him reading a few parries as we've seen already. There's a lot. Uryo on his back right now.
CAG OSAKA again at the potential of scoring a big 40 bomber if Uryo can make these adjustments.
It's the drive rush with the crouching leg kick. That Stand Fierce once again blown through the armor of the Stand Fierce. Geef takes a sip of the sauce. Nice. He's so ready against any sort of green that he sees.
Did you get the sip? Already at level 3. Very significant positioning, or at least scenario for Uryo. What was that? Oh, hella chops incoming. With it. Uryo is just pressing buttons on wake up every time.
I did it again. In the end right there, though, the Laureate is the finisher. Round 2. Fight. Set point. Koban.
Oh, pretty big start for Uryo. Oh my god! Running back grab again! Oh, that was a parry! He tried to parry it!
Walking him down, leashed up. However, the toe tap is counter it. Into the level 1 super. Let's take a sip after that. He's caught up in the corner though. Crouching like kick resets to the SPD. Level 3 is on the menu. Can he find it?
No way.
It is level 3, close enough. For his loyal fans, the headphones are off, he's popping off, he's snapping up the hands, we get another game. Koban was the proper pick to do it against Uryo. And you know what? Maybe there's some matchup things here and there, but I really feel like it's a player-to-player sort of aspect. Koban, as you mentioned, understanding the footsie game, very good in terms of gathering the data and blowing up these types of players that want to get active on defense. It feels like at least 95% of the time, I should say, he was blowing up reversal jabs, parries, throwing the needle and things like that, blowing up parries where you think a button's going to come through, caught him lacking. And now that means we get another game. But big ups to Koban for that match. He played that insanely well.
Dude, my man pressed the button after Jamie did a drive rush forward fierce. My man was plus, and he still had faith. He's like, I'm gonna press this button anyway. I think you're gonna keep this like this frame trap tight. But you can see like the different perspectives of like how Koban plays this character and like what he's really looking for against a person. Like he'll make some really good reads off of like how often a person will try to like reset, how often a person tries to move out of the way, and how often a person tries to like parry things, right? So he's made a really wide array of very good reads against Uryo in such a short amount of time, and it's rather impressive.
Yeah, things like that. Having that level 3 happen, Uryo just deer in the headlights. 20-20 now. I mean, Nemo has to come up, and this is what, you know, chat, you had prefaced, like, it was an aspect of let Koban come up so that Nemo can play and then extra match and seal things away, you know, in terms of the player-to-player, or I should say, player mindset. I think Finrich and Nemo are pretty similar in terms of playing that. Player 1 only, no player 2, no interactivity on the other side of things. For Finrich, he really made the level 2 very popular out here at Street Fighter League, you know, in the last season. If he runs that character, Nemo, he understands how to fight Blanca. He's gonna pick Bison. Okay, it's gonna be Bison on his side of things.
Good.
I think that's fair. 100% fair.
No, I like that. I like that call a lot, actually. Give me a quick second. Let me just fill this out. All right, cool. So I don't mind. I really don't mind like seeing the Bison come out for Nemo. And Nemo's been rather busy, right? I did talk to him. I mentioned a good amount over at TGS. He's got a lot on his plate, right? He's not only practicing for Street Fighter League, but he also has like another game to kind of focus in on too. But he said it hasn't really like broke his focus. It hasn't really broke his practice sessions overall. So he's ready to manage this matchup at least for sure.
Good things that Bison can do. You can Psycho Crusher, the Blanca balls. Your Crash Fierce is a pretty good anti in terms of what he wants to do when he wants to try to get a jump in. Now, obviously, you don't want to get harassed by level 2. But in terms of playing that one-player game and
he can Psycho Crusher the Blanca ball?
The Blanca ball. As if they go for like a raw Blanca ball. You have the 14-frame one now. Because it's 14 frames, easier reaction. I saw him practicing that, what, 2-3 weeks ago? I think it was.
That's a lot. That's mad hard, bro. I feel like that is such a little bit of a stretch. I know like it's possible, but it's like, in terms of like, is it, I guess, what's the word? I don't want to say like plausible. That's not the word I'm looking for, but it's just like
doable in like a match as a continuous thing.
Is it? Yeah, is it actually like a thing to do?
I think it's more like a prediction reaction. Probably like you can maybe get that like once or twice in a match, but not continuously. Maybe it's like a consistent answer. Maybe it's not consistent. Maybe it's like a consistent answer. So maybe that's the word. It's not consistent.
Yeah, that is tough. That's a kind of a tough call, personally. Like I get it, like 14 frame startups, like you're maintaining the charge, like you have to maintain charge for one. Like I get that he's invincible to like airborne strikes, but not until like way later, right? That doesn't take place until like I want to say 7 frames, no, probably like 6 frames perhaps. But yeah, that's just difficult, man. I feel like that's a really difficult thing to try to do.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't even need to have that read. At least at the very least, though, you know, that is an option. Maybe it's not a consistent one, so maybe he won't go for that, because if he does make a mistake, that's hella minus. If he doesn't use OD, so on the other side of things, he has scissor kick though. That is hard for Blanca to punish, especially when he can space out well. Even if it's not, the light punches from Blanca are not that like big in terms of compared to like a Shoto where he'd smash like stand light kick, get like a Tatsu punish right after it or something significant, or a candy. It's like this is a fine matchup. And again, like he plays Blanca too as well, so he's gonna understand this character to like a T, what they're looking for, what to look for in like level 2. Even if you don't have like a DP or like other sort of defense like other characters do, you're gonna know what they're gonna do in level 2. Like you're gonna know what this setup is and that setup is. Obviously, when it happens and you're caught in burnout, and it's going to be a GG, whatever. Not much you can do there, but at least he's going to understand what the intention is for Finrich. Finrich says that he did a fantastic job, not the leader if he can't win this. And Nemo says, I researched a lot about Finrich. I'll do my best in the game. And he mimicked Finrich's voice. He used his voice to talk trash to him.
This guy's such a troll, man. Like, I enjoy Nemo's demeanor. He's always trying to, like, have a good time and put on a show for sure, but he's also such a troll, man. He just doesn't give a damn about other people's like regard, or other people's feelings, I should say. I love that. I love that about him.
You know, I'm getting worked out for him with the grappler stuff. You know, being able to pick up a player that is picking up a grappler that you don't like, that type of player, that genre of player, and use it to your own accord. That's a man. It's about his business. And it led to this, all tied up. It's down to him to get the win right now. It's down to the captain to fight it out with the Bison pick. Also, footsy's really good for Bison. I forgot to say that, you know, stand fierce, really good. Can out-footsy the likes of Blanca, what he wants to do more continuously. The reward when the bomb is on. So there's things that Blanca can definitely do, and I like this pick for him. If things do go bad, he could go for the JP, but I think Bison is all he needs.
Perhaps, I can agree with that. I think like one of the biggest things that I kind of fear for is like how much pressure Blanca can instill once that knockdown is scored over in the corner, right? You talk about like overall defense. Bison just does not have that, right? He has to have meter on him in order to like make a call out with something invincible. But outside of that, like if Blanca manages to just get that knockdown and do something like a back medium kick to start, being +2 on block is everything, man. That it just feels mad bad to like have to sit there and wait. Like he can strike throw just right off the bat, right? That just feels bad. So we'll see, man. I'm very curious to see like what Nemo is going to do to kind of prevent that, right? I also want to see if that tech actually comes through of being able to stop the Blanca ball with Psycho Crusher. So I'm very excited to see this.
Yeah, more knowledge out here. Nemo, let's see if it's put into practice. He was studying Finrich, but Finrich, we know him for some devious mix no matter what game it is. We'll see who plays that one-player game, who walks away with the majority of the points for their team. Finrich and Nemo for the extra match. So now with the sand light punch right back at him though. The crouching jab, the Psycho Crusher for that corner push. Great Oki off of that. Uh-oh, gonna hit that Zaworldo for a second.
Yeah, that's far. Oh. Nice work, crouching jab. Let's go with the knockdown off with the slide as well.
Ball sweep.
That's a sweep.
Give the level 1 against that heavy kick. No evil knee. Try going with the OD strike throw now. The trade. Not too bad. Let's got all the drive gauge. He hits the DP or DI, excuse me.
And we're off to a pretty good start. Yeah, I was thinking about like the practicality of using like the Psycho Crusher you saw just now also. But man, that's rather difficult if you don't have that charge. Big trade-off. Finrich coming in aggressive. We do get the first throw. Drive rush on in there. Fakes it out.
Ooh, calls out the throw at 2000 damage. Up ball level 1. One punch got a throw. Would have jumped in with the heavy kick, it would have been done. Back this bomb. Driver's back heavy kick. Staggering the trade, not too bad for Finrich. The walk back, avoiding the air Blanca ball. Let's CA take the drive gauge away.
Oh, this is pretty huge. So healthy on the drive gauge, by the way. OD Psycho Crusher forced to hold it and catches him. off of the back roundhouse, canceling into the DI. Mad sneaky. Fenrich, he got unchecked. I don't think there's any timeouts left for either team. They're gonna have to play it out.
Yeah, that's right back into it. Psycho Crusher used more as a either tool to get that Oki on the light one or in terms of damage. But yeah, as you mentioned, like maybe we're not gonna see that as much against the like the Blanca ball. We're not gonna see it that much. It looks like more of that like I'm on Oki mid screen without meter. Like that's when like they confirm off the lights. For Nemo, it's not much of like an anti-Blanca ball tool, but either way, Nemo doing a fantastic job of keeping on his opponent and getting the route back by taking the drive gauge after getting the bomb. First game to him, what are the adjustments that Fenrich has to make though? We didn't really see level 2, but beyond that, what else does he have to do like in the neutral against Nemo?
Tough call, man. Nemo's been spacing himself out pretty well, right? And just very difficult to tell like what ranges he wants to scissor kick you at, what ranges he's trying to throw out some of these fierces as well. I think Nemo's approach has been very hard to track, like overall, right? I see a lot of activity coming in from like crouching medium punch too from Fenrich in terms of like trying to prevent Nemo from moving on forward, right? That's such an excellent tool to kind of like check somebody else, but it's hard to really say. It's genuinely hard to really say what needs to be done in neutral, at least from Fenrich's behalf.
The other thing, we see the win condition come through from Nemo continuously. Kill the drive gauge, put the bomb on, get the damage off right after that. He's been doing pretty good in defense overall. Yeah, he got called out some of these throws and that jump heavy kick. If that would have happened instead of like jump light punch, if I'm not mistaken, from Fenrich, that would have closed out that round. But the way he was able to run it back when he was given that moment, that opportunity, just testament to Nemo, how solid he is in those moments. So first game to him, we'll see what happens here in terms of how Fenrich is able to pull things back and get level 2 off and try to put Bison on the back foot. So as you mentioned, not a lot of good in terms of defense. You only have level 1 to your name, drive reversal. You don't really have much to fight back with.
Now, we are having a little bit of a technical issue over at the venue, the Red Bull Gaming Sphere, so we are going to get the rest of that matchup underway, right? So, Nemo in control right now, at least for the time being, having the first game against COG Osaka. Really scary stuff, too, being in this in this tiebreaker positioning, but like Nemo dissecting the matchup rather well. I think like his overall presence when it comes to offense has been very difficult for Fenrich to manage, right? We talk about Blanca having great options when it comes to pressuring somebody on someone's wake up, but Bison also able to kind of like do the same, right? Back roundhouse +1. It's gonna be so like it's hard to tell like what your options are on defense after that. Like I want to say it's a little bit easier from Blanca's behalf just because you have the threat of OD up ball, but it goes both ways, right? Like even if you have the threat of something invincible, if they call it out correctly, the damage output that Bison has, the damage output that he could, the potential he could get off of like planting the bomb, it's just too impactful, right? In terms of risk reward, it's just so impactful in favor of like Bison. And I don't know if you saw this recently. There was a big punish that I had seen off of like the bomb being implanted on somebody if they decide to do like a wake up reversal. I've seen OD Devil's Reverse into like Psycho or I think it's like OD Devil's Reverse into something into Super. I saw it on Twitter earlier, but it did like almost like 6k damage or something. It was like an insane amount of damage.
The jury DP, right? Was it that one? They were testing it against other DPs? Yeah. Like you're right in terms of like the risk reward of like hitting that reversal, especially when you have the bomb on. Like you could see that Twitter clip happen out here. I don't know if there is like a setup for Blanc. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's a routing that gets similar, or you can do something with like OD Devil's Reverse in a similar manner. But you're right in terms of like the risk reward in terms of like hitting a button right after. That +1 scenario also sets up for like you could trade and press a button, but I would imagine Blanca's reward in that scenario isn't going to be as good as other characters, and that allows the Bison to play a heavier button right after. They don't have to go for a 4-frame after that back heavy kick hits. They can go for a stand medium or like a crouching medium punch, whatever it may be. They can get a little bit more access because of that, because they know the reward is going to be better for them. And when the bomb is on, it's on. You see Nemo getting aggressive, getting active, dumping up the damage right after. We've seen him play that one-player game that he likes to once he's given access. So if he can just shore up the defense a little bit, not get open by level 2, I think he'll be fine. But Fenrich hasn't been able to access what makes Blanca so great, or at least one of the factors that makes the character so great is that level 2. So I want to see him build that bar to get to that point. You haven't seen that access as much. He hasn't really got a chance to be honest. So he's going to have to think about that game plan. How do I get to that level 2? How do I build up that bar towards that point? And how do I take away his drive gauge and then take away his health? We've seen the blockage had setups for Fenrich. Last season, he had some of those devious ones. We've seen it this season from all the Blanca players. I'd like to see it here, but Nemo might just stop that from happening. He's so good against like checking in scenarios where he needs to, and also having significant starts. Again, at the beginning, he got those lights off and led into Psycho Crusher, which you have nice meterless Oki right after. And so he had a better start than Fenrich. So those things definitely matter in terms of when you get to play level 2 and when you don't get to.
Yeah, that's a pretty significant factor, right? Like one of the biggest contention points is like playing against Blanca's level 2 is it happens almost in every scenario that you see like a CPT event, right? So seeing that alone, like not being active just yet from Fenrich, is a pretty big sign that Nemo's in pretty good control, right? Like if you don't have an opportunity to let it rip, it's like, you know what? Don't even have to worry about it. So I think pretty valid. It's just a matter of like how you're gonna open them up. I don't mind it within a block string either, right? I mean, that's obviously something that's much more common now. Like it's not just gonna be like lightning beast off of a hit or a clean hit or whatever. And it's definitely been such a difficult install to work against with how much drive gauge taken away from you, the mix-ups afterwards. It's really, really difficult.
See what happens. First game here for Nemo. Get another one. Shabba stand fierce, something doing. Hit him some block ball with the button. Anti-air is there, having that heavy kick. That big old hitbox on it. Stops it on reverse from happening. Oh, try first light kick. He's able to get in. There's the jump in though.
The back throw, bomb still on him though. Yeah, that was perfect timing either way. That thought he was gonna be backed up by the bomb. He actually misses counter hit conversion. Oh, you see what I'm talking about? Crouching medium punch, the activity behind that to stop Nemo's advance with that driver. So important. Fenrich clawing his way back, at least first round of game 2. Lightning Beast coming right in. Dropped.
Come right out. Rushes in with a jab though, ends it with the back fist. Medium crushing, medium punch. Jump fierce, blessing the dome. Icicle shot for the Psycho Crusher. Oh, he delayed it. Fenrich's life is whittling away. The jump fierce does get the knockdown. He is waking up with match buttons. Nemo knows that he finds that confirm, get that kill. ARC though.
Oh, too far.
The lightning was too far out. No follow up. Oh.
That is insane. That's the first time I've seen Lightning Beast not really able to be utilized like that. Or first time in a long time, I should say.
Score off the heavy though. The corner block a chain about to land. Yeah, we've seen no tech quite up and up with the corner this side. He comes down. Push up heavy kick. Frame kill. Level 1. No OD is all necessary to get it done. Perfect.
Damn. What a sequence too. Fenrich just dealing a ton of damage. And just like that, we're tied up. 1 game apiece. Final game for the first match between CAG OSAKA and Saishunkan Seoul Kumamoto. Target combo checking the lows, or catching the lows instead.
It's the breaks to the driver stand line kick. Nothing doing though. The bomb about to go off. Scissor kick well timed. Gets right back in. Hella +5 right there. Oh yeah, you'll take that trade.
Yeah.
One of the best in terms of that.
Oh, swing and a miss. Crouching medium punch still within range.
Air block the ball, scissor kick, no back throw. But we'll side switch off the OD stomp though. Like the awareness here from Nemo. Do the drive change, please. Wow.
Man stole hella turns.
Is there mine?
Oh, they're slugging. Oh, they're hella slugging. Cleans it up, number 1, absolutely. Fenrich now on match point.
The movement to avoid the jump fears, finds the landing frames and punishes them. But to the 9, driver slide kick, scissor kick, OD. He's able to get the stand line kick right after the wakes up the stand line kick on his side of things. Find something more, get that back fist on, that bomb on. Gosh, here's anti-air, empty low, smart stuff. Second pressure level 3, wants to kill the drive gauge as much as he can and get a huge lead right now. Bar well spent, almost there.
Was ready for the drive impact this time. Crouching heavy punch, rainbow ball does get nullified. Another level 1. Going to spend it. Too dangerous. Not able to prevent Nemo from getting off your back. Final game. Final round.
The drivers for the stand jab. Hitbox must be insane. DI right back at him, yep. Just sniffing out the jabs, the light kicks, excuse me, the lights. Like a chance, stand meter pick able to land. Electrify off the OD. One more setup to kill. And that's gonna be enough. Finrich, level 2. The win condition coming through continuously, able to build the bar like a battery and put Nemo to bed up in the corner more continuously. There's only one person playing the one-player game right now. It's Finrich. Taking it for CHG Osaka. A well-deserved victory for them today. 30 points. Well done.
Damn. That Lightning Beast, huh? The biggest game changer you could ask for. Like, when we saw Lightning Beast get nullified from Nemo, I was rather impressed. I'm like, all right, Nemo's got a lockdown. Once Fenris cleaned it up, was able to get some of these big openers into Lightning Beast, it was so over, man. You see how much of a night and day difference it is being able to get to that win condition because of that level 2. It's so problematic. But speaking of which, man, Nemo, he did a great job of massing his like intentions with plus frame normals, right? Like special normals. Background house over and over again to keep Fenris guessing was so impactful. But towards the end of it all, like in terms of like how the matchup ended, Nemo's defense was just so it was so withered away at that point, right? He was holding on to so much bar, especially in that last instance too, right? He had that level 3 before he died, and then in this instance, it's like we missed the ball, trying to like get away from this pressure, but it's so difficult, right? Even with level 1, there's nothing you can do to stop this kind of pressure that follows suit after while Lightning Beast is active. It was pretty much lights out as soon as that activation had happened.
Too much variance, too much. Like, even saw him trying to go for parry right there. Couldn't find the timing. Like, as testament to Fenrich switching up the normals, the timings, and things like that. What he's putting out, and when you have little mans coming through, it's hard to even think about going for any sort of defensive tactic. So I get it, but man, Finrich, as long as you get that level 2 on there, that's what you need to do it. Even, you know, I gotta give him credit, even beyond that, he was able to find good anti-airs with the heavy kick, stopping Devil's Reverse, stopping the aerial approach, stopping drive rush as well, knowing that that's gonna be a good anti-tool. Same with the stand jab that has a big hitbox. I just actually looked at it at the Super Combo. That thing is actually kind of nasty. So I like him stopping the oppression, the approach, before Nemo could even get going. Well done to CHG Osaka. They take the victory, and my prediction got blown up. Just gonna say it right now. I thought Soul was going to take it, but woof, CHG Osaka proved me wrong.
Yeah, it could have been such a different demeanor too, or sorry, a different result when you look at like how Machobo and Kosa played, right? Like Takagi blowing up Machobo was a huge surprise to me. I knew he had like the potential for it. We literally prefaced it with that exact sentiment. Seeing Eita actually blow up Kosa right afterwards was a big surprise to me. It wasn't rather shaky in the very beginning against Eita. But yeah, it could have been a whole different story because Koban absolutely murked Uryo in the anchor spot.
Run him up. All came down to Nemo. That was a good strategy. I like them relying upon Koban, even if the matchup isn't whatever, you know, as we talked about back and forth. We already prefaced it. It was the player-to-player aspect, understanding like, I can fight this type of cat. I can read his defensive decisions. I can read what he wants to do, set myself up for success. Like Koban was a very good thing. That's why League is so great. It's not always about, oh man, the character is better than this character or whatever. It's really about this player is better than this player. They're better about their tendencies and things like that. Then Nemo cleaning it up because he knows how to fight Blanca and how Finrich wants to play. Those things come into play a lot more than even like a matchup can be bad or good on paper. So we're getting the winner interview. Takagi says, I won the first game in the first episode. I felt I'd get more difficult to win in further episodes, but I'm relieved I was able to win even more so. Really happy I was able to win today. It's good to see him start off strong. You know, again, putting a lot of faith in these new players is a lot of weight, but he's able to ride that momentum, and even more so when there are people that are watching him live, which is a super good sign as a fighting game player. To play offline with even more energy, that's great. That's electric right there.
Yeah, really excited to see like how he performs for the rest of the season. Right, and I also like to call out too from Fenrich, putting the order that he did. Right, like Takagi able to accomplish his mission, Eita being able to clutch it out 2-1 at the very end, like Uryo being in the anchor spot. It's I want to say like it's a good look because like the more games Uryo gets, the more he gets acclimated to his opponents with like Jamie.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously against Koban it's a different beast. But I think I like the call out in terms of the player order coming in from Fenrich being on the bench today, and then also being able to apply himself in that extra match just in case. That was very clutch order call coming in from CHG Osaka.
Are getting small words here from Eita this time. I really thought that I'd get cooked against Kosa. What if you actually said cooked? But practicing with Yas and other Ryu players was the key to success. The match I won, the team couldn't win from last season. I was able to win with the team today. Really happy. So Eita very happy that he was able to, you know, switch things up. He thought he was going to get destroyed, but that practice came out there picture perfect with what he was doing with the low forwards continuously, noticing that, you know, after Kosa would do like perfect parry, he tried to walk up or take some space. He was ready with that crouching middle kick more often than not, and that button was landing quite a bit. So, like seeing that his practice came into success right there. Nice stuff.
Getting the last couple of interviews in, also from both Uryo as well as Fenrich. Fenrich has a lot on his plate too, man. Having double duty this season. A really big final coming up for him towards, I want to say, end of October, if that's the right date, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, yeah, I should be getting ready for that, right? Uryo, we do get his translations coming in. We were thinking about who goes at anchor until the very last second. Jesus Christ. And I unfortunately lost today, but the team won. So the order was a success, I guess. All right, so I gave Fenrich a little bit too much confidence, a little bit too much credit in regards to like establishing the player order. That's kind of wild.
Be like that though, you know. Like this happens quite a bit where some of the players are like, okay, who's gonna go? Maybe rock paper scissors. Who's feeling the best? Whatever at the very last moment. But you know, it ended up working out though. It ended up working out. So Uryo, I don't think Uryo would be a bad pick in the anchor position regardless. I think that was still something in their mind. Like, you know, getting him in a 1st of 3 scenario where it's hard for people to get that practice against that character. And if someone like Koban does come up, which happened on paper, would have been a great idea. I think that's in their wheelhouse and their mindset regardless. But Fenrich does say, I couldn't get my win this year. I thought I'd be fired this episode as well, but the team's win gave me the courage to fight through it.
Most excellent. I'm glad that he didn't get fired, quote unquote. It's definitely fried.
Yeah.
Fried,
fried,
brother.
bad,
It says fried.
Fried.
And,
My brain's fried right now, apparently.
It definitely be happening. So honestly, like Fenrich, he's on double duty, man. Like him and Nemo, to be honest with you. I actually didn't get to talk to Fenrich too much. I didn't like say hi to him. I said, hey, great job over at like both the tours that you're like working through, but he is exhausted. I saw him, he's like, oh, thank you. Very tired. He literally said, thank you. Very tired. I'm like, bet.
Very tired.
Not a lot of players can do that. So good call-outs coming in from CHG Osaka overall in a very, I want to say like solid positioning. Like now with this big W, like overall they had 30 points in day number 1. Day number 2 they got absolutely wiped out, unfortunately. Day number 3 they had lost again, so they had 40 points coming into day 4. Now they're at 70. Not too bad.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, things will obviously change as this day goes on, but a really good boost up right there. I mean, Seoul gains 20 on their side of things. That leaves them at 90. They're still above, but it's a good time for CHG Osaka overall. You know, the fact that they may haven't had like the best season they've been at the bottom this entire time. They're only 20 points away, but still it doesn't feel good. But this feels great for them to be able to route things back and maybe switch up the order just a little bit to ensure maybe more solid victories. They even say next up is Crazy Raccoon. We'll fight each other 2 seasons in a row, we'll have to show them we are stronger than last year. Yeah, these are no longer the new kids on the block. Last season, it was like, yeah, these cats are new. They got to get informed. But right now, they've been around for a while. The players have been around for a while, you know, in terms of like the World Warriors and the singles tournaments, and they have new additions. So I think with the combination, they'll be more than ready for Crazy Raccoon coming up.
That would be such a banger too. It was like you have players from their former team, I think, like specifically like Dogra. So I'm actually kind of excited to see how that plays out overall. But yeah, I mean, speaking of Dogra, right? Part of Crazy Raccoon now. Matchup number 2 coming up is going to be versus Victrix Favu Gaming. Now, I had a lot of high hopes with Crazy Raccoon in regards to like their team composition, right? They have such a banger of a team. Just to kind of remind you guys again, you have Kazunoko, Bonchan, Shuto, Dogra. The character diversity off of that roster alone is actually insane. More so now than ever, right? Dogra having double duties with both Bison and Elena. Love to see it too. Bonchan now finally getting his form in and some of his reps in with Sagat. Very exciting. Will it come out today? That's going to be the biggest question, right? But obviously, no questions needed in regards to the equipment being used over at Street Fighter League Japan. And you see it right here. Galeria is how they pronounce it, right? I always think Galleria, but Galeria is the it's the real deal, honestly. I'm literally working on one right now. And they've been supplying a lot of the equipment for these big events. So big shout outs to our official partner Galeria, as well as Suzuki, who've been doing such a phenomenal job of putting themselves into like a different realm, right? With a really cool collab. The jury bike is actually insanely cool. I got to see it over at Tokyo Game Show. I didn't have a chance to take a picture with it. Everybody and their mama was trying to get a picture with this thing, and for a very good reason. Aesthetically, super beautiful, man. It is such a gorgeous device, man. A beautiful machine.
Yeah, I hope they do more collabs, like more character types, you know, when they have this collab going, maybe with Sagat, just suggesting maybe Akuma, but either way, it's super sick. Like every time I see that bike out at like an event, there's a huge line for it no matter where it is. And there's going to be probably a huge line for people doing the public viewing out here for the next World Warrior, because again, this is big over in Japan. They're going to go out and watch it. You're going to have Hamiko, you're going to have Aru, and is that Naru? The Sagat and Jamie player? It's also like a big streamer, if I'm not mistaken. It is, thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, okay, that's super sick to see him out there in the commentary spectrum. He's I think that should focus me, so he'll be rooting for certain players, I'm sure. But y'all can catch that if you're in Land Japan. Scan the QR code. That'll be coming up real soon, and we'll be seeing that October the 5th. And now we'll be seeing the next match come up real soon. Crazy Raccoon versus Victrix Favu Gaming. After a very short break, people, get some stacks, come back, we'll return. More Street Fighter like action. We coming right to you. Do not go anywhere.
再開は約8分後の20時45分頃を予定しております。それでは一旦失礼いたします。
Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Shirensha Robotics 部門研究開発課ワーカホリック気味の研究主任。そんな私の秘密はある情報機関の潜入工作クリムゾンバイパー。それが私のコードネーム。手間かけさせないでね。甘えないでね。さっさと負けてくれない？次の仕事があるんだけど。
大カプコン展ついに東京で開催。世界を魅了し続けるカプコン。ゲーム作りの裏側に迫る貴重な展覧会。新たなグッズも登場。詳しくは公式サイトで。
D まで切り返していくベリッチ、そしてライトニングビスト発動。触る。おお、返しているリュウエンジ、いい判断だ。ここからインパクト。
ナイス読み。
うまに今の勝利ほんまに。
なんでしのぎ勝ちでラインを稼いでのここは読んでいる。リッチのブランカー回復。
ナイス。
手前打ち読んでいる。許さない。
はい、完璧。
見えますが。ね。
ナイス。これこ
待っている。さあバーンとしながらゲージがたまる。最大だ。
ナイス。
それによって伸びたしパニッシュ。ここも待っている。
はい、いいよ。
ドライブゲージ回復しましたからね、これで。そうですね。
うまいっすね。
ラッシュは完全に止めている。さらにホムラストック。いやー、後ろにしっかり
はい、ナイス。はい、
オーディ課長。オーディ課長ですか。
オーディ課長か。
ナイス。オッケー。
はい、ナイス。
ナイス。
よしよし。初勝利あざす。
12連敗してますからね。
いや、そうやな。
そうなんだ。
長かったな。
Crazy Raccoon, Victrix Favu Gaming is the next match. My name is St. Cola, Andre with Vicious, and we have another match, marquee match lined up. Let's start with the away side. Crazy Raccoon first. Judge, jury, and executioner is Papa Bonchan. Might be coming through with the king. We'll have to see if he got the Sagat God. After that, it's going to be the one loved by all fighting games and hated by those who lose to him. Kazunoto on the Kami, getting aerial with it. Next up, it's going to be the Asura. Kiss the fist. It's Shuto. We'll have a surprise in store, but we'll be going with the Akuma more often than not. Last but definitely not least, the devil strategist himself. He made the deal with the right devil. The wind devil is Dogra. On the Bison and the Elena characters has been super sick. A super sick level of talent and character diversity and selection has led them some successes out here so they get some more points on the board.
I would hope so, because they are such a talented stack of group of people, or a talented stack of players. But going into the next one, though, the home team incoming, Victrix Favu Gaming. Not too bad in regards to like where they're at, if I'm not mistaken, just looking at their scores overall, right? I mean, a little bit of a rough start, at least for the first 2 days. They started to pick it up in day 3. Hopefully they can ride that momentum into day number 4. Let's get reacquainted with Victrix Favu Gaming. Coming in first with the cold hard math. That's a lot of frame data, a lot of studying, brother. That's Ryukichi. Step it up to the plate first. Then, of course, followed up by one of the biggest trolls we know. It's Moke, the hero of Sunrise. With that very, very prestigious Chun-Li. I love watching him play. But also, the man who's digging 6 feet under. It's the Brave Maker putting you to your final resting place. It is going to be Fujimura. Last but not least, the captain, the strongest spear, one of the most inspirational cats, Sako Noko, coming in as the coach for today's game. Now, I'm not too sure if Sako would step up to the plate if he sees an Elena for the away roster, if he would want to do the mirror match or not, right? I feel like, if anything, he gets to apply a ton of knowledge against that matchup specifically. Now you gotta hover around the other cats, though. Who is going to be playing from this away roster for Crazy Raccoon? That's the biggest question.
Choices here. I think Ryukichi might come up first, but we'll see. Kazunoto, Bonchan, and Dogra are going to be starting things off. And look at the character selection right here. Shuto on the Ryu. I saw him on CFN. I didn't know if it was a real deal. Looks like it is for that extra match. But even then, Dogra with the Elena starting things off for the anchor match for him is how he's going to begin. And Bonchan still on the Sagat. Still trying to find his way with the character, still willing to, at least in the first or two, see if he can find some success with the character. I don't think he's too far off. Another test of his skills, though.
Yeah, he's been, I think, grinding it out on stream for a decent amount of time with this character. It's really all coming together, actually. I've been watching a lot of like his highlights. I've watched like the tail ends of his streams just to kind of catch what he's been kind of like working on. I haven't really been able to dissect what his CFN has looked like recently, but I'm actually thoroughly excited to see the fact that he's really sticking it out with Sagat. And same can kind of express towards like Dogra, right? His interest towards Elena has been really active, I should say. Like, he's been very much so practicing with this character a bunch, so very excited. It's gonna be Ryukichi stepping up to the plate first. Interesting. And he's going with the Mai. You know, that's semi-expected, right? I feel like Mai has been obviously the character that a lot of people talk about in the meta, but specifically in Ryukichi's hands, he's had a phenomenal record with this character so far, if I'm not mistaken. Ryukichi was the anchor in day 3, taking down CAG OSAKA and putting them in their final resting place, 3-1. Looking at him also from day 2, he had a pretty stellar record, right? He fought off against Mochi's Akuma and absolutely decimated him 2-0. But yeah, we didn't get to see him in day 1, so he's in a really strong spot right now. Him starting off as the first match, being able to solidify the first set of points. Pretty good call.
Makes sense, makes sense. Kazunoko, though, is 1-1 right now. He beat Kawano. However, he lost to Koban, so he'll be looking for a few more points out here with the Cammy. I think something that you had mentioned previously, like, if there's going to be a character that can, like, fight Mai, or at least, like, on base level fight Mai, or have some options against her, it's going to be Cammy. Like, she's definitely one of those characters that can keep up with some of the options. They throw out Fireball, you have Spin Knuckle, you have Dive Kick too as well, the catch the extended Hurt Box, which is even worse this season for Mai. If she tries to stick out like a stand medium or stand fierce, Dive Kick can definitely help out as well. So there are some options that Cammy can do. She can also work with the walk speed of the same character. The crouching medium kick can work in that sort of way too as well. So I don't think it's a bad select to have Kazunoko up front no matter what comes. We've seen a lot of Mai on this team, so maybe it would have been a different Mai regardless. I think he would have been ready for that. Kazunoko says, we've been playing on the away side for 3 episodes. Next is a home game. I'd like to win here and get as many points as possible. That is true. They've been on the away side quite a bit. Huh.
That's just how the cookie crumbles, man. Like, in terms of the scheduling. Like, nothing he can do about it other than try to play his best, right? It is kind of wild, though, to see, like, how many away games they've had to kind of to go through right off the bat. This is actually the cutest thing. I actually didn't see either of these, by the way, over at TGS. I had missed out on it. They had a different, like, array of, like, plushies. They're like rounded plushies. Yeah. Justin actually got like a bunch of them. But yeah, no, those are really cute. But I kind of agree. I think like Cammy does a pretty decent job against Mai, right? I think like overall she has like the normals to contest against her. I think the approach airborne is always going to be a pretty significant thing to note in any matchup. But mostly I want to say Spin Knuckle could be a little bit of a problem too, right? It really depends on like if I want to say if Ryukichi ends up like not holding it, right? If he does kind of hold it, there's a little funky trade-off that kind of happens too. Let me double check like the frame data on this one too. When I see let me see Cammy's Spin Knuckle, bang. Okay, so I was taking a look at this earlier. Like, obviously you use different strengths to reach certain ranges, right? But if you look at the projectile invincibility frames, it lasts from like 9 to 27. Like, I've seen instances where like Mai would hold the fan up until the last point and get like a trade-off with Cammy, and it's been rather funky.
Careful timings. See Ryukichi can. Dive Kick's able to hit, gets a punish counter, trigger with the throw, but protect immediately. There's the OD, and Kazunoko content to hold parry, kind of walk it back and hit the ODDP right after all those strings. Defense is next level right now for Kazunoko.
If anybody's got it, it's definitely him. But right now, his defense is definitely getting checked. The drive rush forward, Ryukichi with a huge opener off of that too. Backing away, right? Doesn't want to be overzealous with his offense, but right back into it off of the median kick. Kazunoko, after the air reset, OD dive kick, not allowing Ryukichi to take the approach. However, this perfect parry is everything for the install now. Level 1.
Enhancement. With the DP though, drive rush back heavy kick. Dive kick as an answer. Nothing doing on either side. Kazunoko worse off the drive cage. Not in the health though. That drive cage getting depleted and defeated. No anti-air. Ryukichi wants to backdash over the fan. Simple, solid stuff. Doesn't want to miss an anti-air. Look at the DP right there though. What's in for it on perfect parries. The Spin Knuckle. I know what you're about. I got the answer. Level 2 to ensure the kill.
Jesus, what a slugfest between the two. Rather close as well. Ryukichi having spent so much bar just to close out that round. The fact that he already had like 3 in total is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah. Feel kind of immaculate right now. Towards the corner. Back rise still, no surprise. Got the ultimate DI right after though. Kazunoko checks and challenges that perfectly. Side switch, the enhanced. Spin drive smasher. You're in the West Coast, brother.
Does get the drive gauge? Yeah, I don't think Ryukichi was willing to spend that level 1. One more sequence for Kazunoko. The slight delay into the crouch jab. Counter hit, catching the timing against Ryukichi. I'm liking Kazunoko's positioning right now with the 3 bars.
Yeah, especially with that damage access for Cammy. It's going to be there. Throw. Drive rush, the anti-air with the DP. Drive rush overhead. Busts from above. Kagero no Mai. Got the enhancement now. Those fans are even more increasingly deadly on block. See some of that OD behind it, the walk-up throw. Oh,
check
double
the
step
airborne.
fierce.
Sorry, checking the jump on that fierce too. So much activity and so much range on it. It's so weird that it has such a high hitbox too.
Yeah. Almost an anti-dot kick to a little bit. Because of that. Carry trying to find a perfect carry. Caught the back, just with the back heavy kick. Level 2 after this. That's enough.
Oh my god. The damage output on that is insane, man.
I'm always shocked by that. Listen, Ryukichi says it's kind of personal. During the interview, he said, my wife is a big fan of Kazunoko. I'm going to beat him down.
Damn. That's rather rough. Yeah, you're taking to the spacing right now, like as you can see as Ryukichi, but I'll hold that thought. The overhead sneaking past Kazunoko's guard thus far. Counter hits that medium kick, being able to link afterwards. Big punish counter. A slight head nod too from Kazunoko. He knows what he did. He knows exactly what he did. You put Kazunoko in the corner for that.
Timeout. Set point, Ryukichi. Backing up, finding the anti. He knows the ranges where the dot kick wants to be played or a jump in. However, wasn't able to get that throw. Spin drive smasher towards the corner. Less than the drop gauge department. Drop for Stamp Pierce, finds the crouch Pierce in the gutty works. DP ender, yes sir, you're up in the corner, get that extra damage. The walk up throw, side chase down, gets the back throw actually. Side switches.
A lot of pressure. Doesn't throw. One more sequence. Level 1 is gonna be more than enough. You already know he's got it. Ryukichi, absolute domination again. 2 games straight. So many rounds under his belt. Kazunoko getting absolutely destroyed. For the first time in a long time, I feel like, man. Not a lot of people get to, like, dominate characters or dominate players like Kazunoko in that fashion. I'm actually rather surprised.
Yeah, last time like he lost 2-1. Like it was close. This one was way less close. And again, like being able to understand like the dot kick might be a problematic thing. That stand fear's coming out continuously when he thinks a dot kick's gonna happen, or he'll just backdash DP. He found the ranges where he would at least believe like a jump in or a dive kick was gonna occur, ready with the anti-airs more continuously, and then up at the corner he read the defense like a book. It was just too easy for him. Look at the bait right there with the jabs. Thought it was going to be a button. Instead, hit the blocks, made it out. Level 1 also trying the tie, being able to get that enhancement, more damage follow-ups right after it. Just led a success right here. And Ryukichi able to take a very solid victory. Bubble Gaming used to be kind of farm for points, it felt like it towards the very end last season, but no longer will they be that way. Starting off strong against Crazy Raccoon. Who do you set up against Bonchan on the Sagat now?
That's a tough call. That's actually a tough call. Going into it right now, let me take a look. I don't want to see Sakonoko go up there, to be quite honest with you.
Yeah,
I would like Mai again. I would actually either Fujimura or Moke, actually. I'll go Fujimura. Oh, but it's Moke. Okay. I guess that's fine. Oh, jeez, it's doing the thing again.
This man's emoting. Yeah, he's trying to act like Kimberly, as the other commentators on the other side have called. Either way, though, yeah, it's not a bad choice either way, like Mai or Chun-Li. I was listening to Yipes and Justin talk about this matchup, and Justin was like, I could just kind of walk away from that stand medium punch play that you're continuously dispensing for plus frames, and after that, I can sweep the fireballs, I can low profile them with a crouching medium kick, I can, if I need to, I can slide if I'm already in starting stance. So there's ways around the fireballs. Her footsies are really good against the character. That was a few weeks ago. Let's see if the matchup has developed anymore, or Bonchan has like an answer. But either way, like Mai or Chun-Li was going to be a perfect pick on either side. So I agree on that assessment.
Yeah, watching that match also between like Justin and Yipes is definitely a different story. But like it's very interesting too, like how just basing it off like the fundamentals of those two individuals, you could kind of see and gather information on like how I think personally tough it is for Sagat to kind of navigate his way around this matchup. Like he has a rather slow walk speed. Sure, he has range. He does have a pretty decent high tire shot, but It's so weird, man. I think Chun-Li has so much range to kind of like punish that, just being able to crouch under and also like snap back with the fierce to get a punish counter against Sagat from further ranges. So there's gonna be a lot of intricacies in regards to like how Sagat's supposed to close the gap on Chun-Li, but it's not gonna be free. It's definitely not gonna be easy.
It'd be very difficult. Like even with it, like low shot, having so much recovery, like Azanchu's like a really easy choice. So those fireballs have to be like a poke. Like I keep citing Pugera because I feel like in terms of who has like the best handle, at least when I can get from like a Sagat game plan, I feel like he's got like the best formulation so far, like that mid range. You apply heavy buttons, and when you can't apply those heavy buttons and you can't get close, use the fireballs as pokes. Like that's how you kind of after that walk them down, and that's where you're allowed to. But again, Chile has so many options around that. You know, Moke is really squirrely. It's hard going to be to lock him down. But we'll see. Banchan again has been studied a lot in terms of both matchups and multiple matchups, so he might bring something new to the table. We're getting the interview from him. And again, it's good to see him on this character, no matter where the character lands or where he lands with the character. It's good to see him on his spirit animal. You know, like there's an element of seeing a character and a player that have been long-standing together, like operate in a new game. That just makes my heart warm.
It just gets me excited, right? Like seeing him back into the character he's found so much success with in like previous games. Maybe not in 4. Sorry, maybe not in 5, but definitely 4. But it's tough, man. It's one of those things. It's a growing pains when it comes to any character that comes out, right? It's always gonna be that way. It's like not a lot of people will be able to develop the tech fast enough with like established characters already in the meta, and like you're so focused on trying to succeed and make it into Capcom Cup, right? It's quite the sacrifice. Some players can do it and make it work, but like some others it just takes a little bit of time because everybody else is already like ahead in the playing field when you think about it. Same thing's gonna happen with C Viper, right? A lot of cats are gonna come in with like tech and stuff, but being able to find practicality in these characters to find yourself in a good positioning for CPT, it's rather difficult.
Yeah, so close towards the end for a lot of these like a lot of these players to be able to be so solid, and you know, and much people want to simplify the things that happen in Street Fighter 6. It takes quite a bit to get a character up to a high level where everybody else is at. You may understand the game plan, but in an execution within a game is way different. Meter match within the game is going to be way different. What you practice in training lab is going to be way different than what happens on that screen. So Moke said, I love Chun-Li, and I really think Chun-Li is strong. On the other hand, Banchan is playing Sagat business-like. I can't lose to him. Banchan said, yo, Kazunoko lost, but I'll win right here and get my first win. We have not seen Banchan get a win, and I honestly wonder, in reverse of things, if this is another loss for him, does he bring out the Akuma for other matchups? Does he get that dusted off? Or is it full commitment to the Sagat? I'm not sure, but we'll see. I'm not trying to prophesize no demise. He can still get that W, and even Moke is like, this guy's got the suit and tie on, he's got the suitcase on, he's ready to work. So I gotta be careful.
Hell yeah. I'm super excited for him. Honestly, this is what I've been looking forward to since we saw the schedule. I'm like, all right, Sagat time? Hell yeah. Let's take a look. Moke with the Chun, Banchan with the Sagat. A lot of activity coming in from Banchan within the mid-range, right? Medium kicks are going to be such an important tool to kind of keep Chun-Li kind of checked walking forward. Low medium kick is such a great normal. Also in terms of range, standing medium kick as well. The big punish counter into the target combo. I like that for the starter. Into the Tiger Nexus, and now applying pressure from that plus frame, right? The +2 standing medium punch, so devastating. Back throw, get your butt back into this corner. Overhead, just get blocked into the legs.
Nice option. Punish counter, so we get the DP right after that. Toss him. Fireball select on approach. Oh, it was a punch the entire time. For a button right after. No drive rush there. Just to stay fierce. Level 2 coming through. Medium fierce. The stomps, he blocks it out perfectly. Great defense from Banchan. Until this happens, to throw one more hit. The trade will do it. Moke will to take that any day of the week. First round to him.
Oh, what a check against the drive rush too. Banchan thought he might have had an opening. Initially off of the standing medium kick first. Nice confirmed crouch medium punch going into the drive rush. I can't tell if that was a buffer or not because of how, like, I don't know, the distance was just too far. But whether or not, or either way, going right into the level 3, massive damage, by the way.
Got the mini step fierce right after the step kick. Then I've been more. He had the counter hit. The walk up right after. It's all good. Yeah. Still cleans it up.
Yeah.
Round and round right now.
You can usually get like a crouching jab link into medium tiger uppercut for sure.
Oh, low get a punch, gotta get that crouching medium punch. But this time, get the DP for the bust out. A lot more bar on the side of Moke. Could use that against the fireball. Hits the heavy kick. I don't know what he tried to do. Maybe walk back. That heavy was a beautiful read from Bonchan. Whip punches the stand fierce, gets a knockdown. We stand medium. The stand medium punch to Spencer. That is Sagat. DI? No DI right back? Oh yeah, you're hella dead. That level 2, optimized with the heavy kicks coming through. Gonna end this with probably the damaging one to get it done. Yes, sir.
Yep. Most definitely, right? That Tiger Raid going for the max damage option. Looking like the former king, Bonchan. First game against Moke. This is so actually sick to see. All right, we had prefaced it talking about how Chun-Li has been not too bad in this matchup from very early on, I would say, from a lot of the players to like a general consensus. But now Bonchan really showing how much he can make it work.
Gets him up in the corner, drive rush throw. We take that though. Harassing with that big stand fierce, knowing the mid-range can be dominated by this character. Look at the defense too as well.
Oh.
Take back your turn.
Dude,
nice
there's so much chip damage being taken away from like the drive gauge off of these normals too. Oh my god, dude, 800 chip, by the way. Standing heavy punch just does so much.
The counter combo, unfortunately, ends it with the fireball to get some of that chip. It's all building up. Oh, it's gonna be an anti-air.
Oh.
Air legs does work out. It gets the throw. Spinning bird kick. Up in the corner, raise stance cancel into the throw. The fake out, Bonchan holding these tosses. Another one. Enough.
Oh. Bonchan's also within single hit range, by the way. One cancelable normal, or one medium punch, actually. No, check on the drive rush. That was Bonchan's big opportunity, actually.
So much more. Hit level 2 if need be, but as you mentioned, drive gauge and a check in the challenge against the drive rush would have been the victory right there. Okay, staves off set point. Mid-range fireballs, just to do a little bit something different in terms of like the pokes. Now the crouching medium kick. Stand like it's in the OD fireball. Let's cancel for the knockdown, try to take him towards the corner. There's the interruption against the drive rush. Won it before. Works out fine right here. DP level 3. Bonchan's been doing this a lot. DP level 3, wants to get a huge lead in the second round and take it from there.
Oh, I was about to say, how long can Bonchan keep this lead? How long can he keep this pressure? But Moke managing to find a way out. No step kick. A lot of liberties with his normal, right? Like it just extends so far. And it also catches somebody standing. It will clip.
Works adding up. The jump in. Medium kick at the tip of the toes. Hit him with the bunion. Set point Bonchan. Oh, took the turn, stand fierce. Cancel towards the corner.
That was a start of a Nexus, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know why Bonchan had gone for that. Also, the big interruption, I like that. Moke definitely understanding the gaps between Nexus.
Step kick doesn't take his turn that time. Or Moke takes his turn. Bonchan not stealing it that time. Whip punishes a stand medium kick. That man had the hand out. The swift thrust of the law.
Damn, son. Moke with a huge rebuttal. A couple of errors, though. I think execution-wise from the set of Bonchan, right? There were like a couple of Nexuses that just came out before mid-screen, and also him trying to like do Nexus Raw.
You know, people are doing like drive rush or whatever, but as a raw one, I don't think that's a good idea to stop drive rush or stop a button at all. Way too much lag time. Drive rush fireball, switch it up. Stand fierce, look at the drive cage. Damage depleted. Almost on E. Bonchan trying to take advantage of that.
Oh, mid-air again! Wow. Being able to get that juggle too. Still keeping him in the back corner. Damn, that was fun. Nice, perfect parry. Oh, I was gonna say, if you get that juggle, you're a god. Overhead, perfect parry. You already know it. Moke, keeping it alive, I should say.
Standard kick as a counter poke tool. Trade also would have been great, but Bonchan on his final round, built that bar at the bottom too as well. Could go for some level 2 shenanigans. Driver stand medium, poking with the bows. Hits the heavy kick. You see that a lot. Stand medium and a stand heavy kick. They backdash, they jump out. Plus frames or not, doesn't matter.
Oh. What a call out against the stand change too.
Yeah.
We don't see that too often either. Wild to see.
It's a turn to get back with a stand medium kick. Raw sweep. The walk up jack gets counter conversion. Oh, spinning bird kick. Don't spin the level 2 just yet. Going on to another mix. Tiger uppercut gets us some distance. Bonchan in kill range. Oh. Now for the Oki off the knockdown. Drive rush overhead blocked out.
More sequence. Bonchan actually rather close to getting burnt out, but can Moke do it? Yeah, he gets it burnt out. Oh, that's the fireball. Moke is one hit away, and he checks Unk. He gets the drive impact from further out. Bonchan, no buffer in sight, no super. Toten Ranka. Expensive, albeit Moke still surviving because of it.
Whatever it takes, especially with all that bar he had at the bottom. One buffer from like a level 2, level 3, whatever it may be, would have killed him. Don't get put around. Reversal buttons on drive rush stand medium. Okay, you a brave boy. Delay jab, gets it back after the drive rush. Nexus, DP, no level 3 just yet. Holds the bar. It's an unscaled lead, I would imagine.
Yeah, pretty much close to even in life, right? Like Bonchan just trying to keep Moke away, or at least temporarily. He's waiting it out. Look at this. He's looking for a whiff punish right within this range. Moke not going to give him that inch.
Range fireballs. The low. Looks significant though. Just going to cancel that with the fireball. Destroying his stance. Oh, that throw could have been everything. Okay, so that's the lead though. That level 2. There it is. It's online. A bad fireball might make you fall. Bonchan knows it. Oh, the throw? Yeah. The comps from OK. Watch out, what's the issue? Oh, back heavy.
Oh, hella damage.
Excuse me.
DP, critical art. My man's hella dead. Don't bring him back up. Oh, the skull crusher. Critical art, Tiger, Vanquisher. Yo, Bonchan getting the big W with his Sagat. I love that for him. We're seeing the developments in Kola. We're seeing the matchups develop via the hands of Bonchan's Sagat.
Ooh, that man is clean. Step kick definitely helping out in the neutral when it needs to be, but the defense of Bonchan did not get opened up in the corner where it could have been over after getting DI too as well, having all that bar would have put most people in the back seat, but not Bonchan. Look at the mid-range, the dominance from him with that stand fierce, the stand medium kick, counter-poking with that button as well. Finding his way with the fireballs. If he can't play a button, he's like, well, I got fireballs behind me, and I'll be okay. Being willing to spin level 3 as well, saying, I'm going to do that in like a round 2 scenario to get to like the 3rd round, whatever it takes. Be comfortable with those moments. Like, you can definitely, as you said, see the development of him with this character and the comfortability for him to survive that corner has been nothing short of amazing. And being better on his counter conversions, look at the damage on that. That is insane. CA, it may be, and Sagat it may be, but
yeah, that's the character in a nutshell, man. Like Sagat is just gonna be dishing out damage on so many of the cast members. But I do like Bonchan's sequencing too. Like there were some moments where he did get the sweet spot with the back heavy punch, where you do cause like the spiral spin out against some of the characters to get a little bit more airtime to land some of these supers. So again, Bonchan ready for a lot of these instances in terms of conversions and also what needs to be done in neutral. I think it was so well played from his behalf. Like it was so patient.
Very well done. All right, Fujimura and Dogra is up next. Gonna be mine. Starting things off for Fujimura's side of things. He also has the Chun-Li, but it's been more Mai from him throughout League. That was like after Evo sort of thing or what happened, but regardless, Mai still looking very informed. But Dogra on his side of stuff is with the Elena character don't typically see her get practice against, and Dogra took her to a top spot, second at the very first World Warrior, which is nothing to seize at considering 2,000 plus people were out there playing. And you have the Haas competition for a World Warrior. That shows the dedication with him and the character and the viability too. You know, like obviously Dogra is a fantastic pilot, he confirmed God, but it shows the viability that a DLC can be worked out with enough time and grind to get to a top point, to get to a top spot. So like that Dogra's keeping with the character. You know, he still has a Bison if need be, but I still like seeing this Elena more often than not, to be honest.
Yeah, the best example is like literally right across the street. You're seeing Elena on one side, then you see Maya, right? You see how many people were kind of reluctant to kind of pick her up towards like the, I guess upon her release going into Capcom Cup, and how everybody like sort of dismissed her. It's gonna be the same song and dance with a lot of people, right? This is just how it goes. It's like the nature of DLC characters. Like we don't make the rules, it just happens. Lo and behold, Maya is one of the strongest characters. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, that's just something to be expected. Like until somebody or a group of people finds a way to consistently figure out how some of these matchups work, figure out like how to optimize in every part of their character's toolkit, you won't really know until like you find that development, right?
100%. So we can't write off any character in this game, or any fighting game in modern age. Like, they're all viable and deadly. So if you see them on the character selection, you better have a plan for them. And Elena especially, like, a lot of people wrote her off. Oh, yeah, you got to be worried about if they're standing. You have to do so much in terms of condition with the overheads. But her reward is so good. Her damage is so good. Her carry towards the corner with damage behind it is really good. And she keeps the bar. She's very meter efficient. So, like, Elena has a lot of good things going for her. Obviously, she has some, maybe some changes that the Elena players would like. But every time I see, like, Tay or Pax say they want something, it's never anything Jurassic for the character in terms of what they think that she needs. Dogra says, I'm in the anchor this time. Good thing Bachan got his Tiger win. It's been a lot of days since I played him, but I'd like to have some fun.
Good. I like Dogra as a person, man. Like I think his character and his ability to play games, his character really reflects the type of playstyle he wants to play, and he's also like a really chill guy, right? Like I love seeing his development with Elena currently, and it makes me kind of nervous to see like if he's gonna switch over to like the next character, and maybe I feel like it sort of jeopardizes a person's CPT career, like doing so. But I think overall, like Dogra's in a really good spot professionally, right? Although it may not be like CPT, he's still streaming so much. Damn, drive rush overhead. That's how you feel? Not a single check from Fujimura, huh?
He didn't think. I didn't think either. Nailed the DP with the drive rush, hits the brakes, waits. Easy bait of it. Oh my lord. Look at the damage again. Meterless. Is it the scratch wheel? Finds the overhead and finds himself a perfect KO.
Dear God.
Wow.
That was a fast Elena round, I'll tell you what, man. My man went for the roll into the overhead as well. That was actually kind of sick. The song into the smash.
Mm-hmm. Side against a button. The walk back, drive gauge getting depleted now. Fujimura ashy. The punish counter on the heavy, but is gaining quite a bit of a lead. Leg lock, no back throw, but that's fine though. You get the drive rush right after, of course. Mid screen. Carter standing.
That's confirmed. You get the punish counter on the level 1, Fujimura. Still not able to act just yet. You actually might be dead off of this. Yeah, you drive rush forward, you're hella dead after this. What am I saying? Give it to him. Level 3, defend it like Elena. Damn, son.
Bruh, kiss the screen. Dogra is dumping out damage after damage. The reads have been fantastic. Fujimura cannot get a handle. Right back into it. No switch. Fujimura sticking with the Mayan. He has been one to really understand like what makes a character strong, but we're not seeing that happen at all right now. Not so far.
Excellent defense against the overhead, but still taking the throw. Not too bad if you're Dogra. Damn, that was mad form.
Confirm, there we go. Stand light kick, drive rush to the corner. With the scaling on the light, that's pretty damn good. Oh, Fujimura so pensive to look up with a button reversal now. Oh, the DP avoids the follow-up.
Sick. OD DP this time. We have a Moon Glider also still being a threat.
Her Moon walking away. Get the punch with the flame spin, nothing doing. So bounce, walks back again. Look at the confidence. All the room to move with. Base out that DP once again, the leg lock to make that drop. Game and round right now for Dogra.
Looking so convincing, by the way. He is flowing against Fujimura. Let's get the counter confirmed off of the target combo, dancing his way through to close the gap as a frame kill, but still no big opener just yet. Fujimura now finally getting a chance to play. Let's see what this corner lockdown looks like. Not there, actually. Not too close just yet. There we go. Amazing block on the overhead yet again from Dogra, still taking the throw. The backdash, just in case.
Checks the drivers for the stand medium kick. Fujimura not able to anti-air. I like this. Hit the super, get your drive gauge in the green. Take away as much as you can from them. Driver shot. That's the bait. Who thought you could parry? Once again, hitting the brakes. Do we bait this out too? Oh yeah, okay, this hits, okay. Fujimura wouldn't expect that CA to not let him start the pressure game.
This is huge for Fujimura. Now he gets to apply pressure in block strings, trying to walk away. As Dogra just way too much chip in that last instance where he got exposed below. Made that chip damage even deadlier. But it actually wasn't a chip. I think it's just Dogra just trying to run away. But either way, death was inevitable in that sequence.
Prepares the second fan, getting the button up follow-up. Walking out low, the crouch shooting kick as well. Neutral jump, no button. Fujimura not trying to stand on 10 toes, trying to stand in his range with the stand medium, just throw out normal fans. Walk up on the tap parry. Perfect parry's the overhead. Crouch Fierce to start things off, to the corner. He's getting the opening.
Oh, catching up slides mad far, by the way. What do you do about it, too, Dogra?
That overhead.
Punish counter out of the roundhouse! Hella dead. Sama the Grasslands, game 2. Dogra with the huge punish counter on that roundhouse. I don't know if he actually moved forward to close the gap on that one. I actually missed it, but either way, man, that was mad far.
Even if he didn't, that button lurches forward so well that maybe didn't even need to. The footsie game has been insane. Hits the heavy, nice against some of these buttons that want to be pressed or right after at least. Big reward, saves quite a bit of bar right there. Nice and close. She's got so many like good frame kills and meaty scenarios. Now can establish like the drive rush throw because he has already hit that break so many times. Fujimura has him up in the corner. What's the defense like here for Dogra? Jump Pierce, Kagero no Mai.
Just gonna counter it. Fujimura trying to strike in places where he's not even allowed to, right? The overhead lands. Immediate throw tech from Fujimura. Singing through it. Damn!
Rush the throw though. Put over the corner. Doing the DP. BD Stamp Pierce. Able to bust out the second part of the fan. Not able to hit the DP. Saves the day. Dogra on set point.
Yeah, there's a little bit of unfamiliarity coming in from Fujimura, right? Like, there have been instances where the roll into the launch doesn't get punished, or like some of the enders. Actually, that one ender didn't get punished from the side of Fujimura.
That's true. Again, who do you play for this cat? Like, yeah, you got Sako on your team, but someone like Dogra might be who has buttons in a different way, the timings and things like that. To be able to backwalk a lot around this fan pressure confidently.
Oh. Taking right through, blocking the overhead, but now Fujimura putting himself on the board this time. Not quite yet. No way. Okay, I was gonna say, like, if you lose it here, I would be devastated for you. Fujimura with a smile on his face, by the way, getting this round. Nice work.
Then with the back though, it's the GG's. It's on the game, based on the DP now. Holding his approach after the fan. Level 1 enhancement. We're trying to drive our shop. The buttons are interrupting. Fujimura, that's the problem. Spent too much bar, now he's up in the corner. We feared last round. Press a button here, we hold parry, even better. It's the heavies to start things off. Go for the DP to level 3 just yet. The DI, the reset, Dogra, you absolute devil. Finish it off with the super to seal the deal. 3-0 over Fujimura's mind.
Dogra is an absolute menace, and I love that. Always keeping people on their toes, man. He has such a unique playstyle of being able to get these resets in such a sneaky way, dude. Excellent work coming in from Crazy Raccoon. Another 30 points on the board in a very convincing manner. Dogra looking like an absolute unit with that Elena, man.
And they have an Elena on their team, but Dogra is so different in his playstyle. Again, I feel like we talk about his almost sidekick sort of style where he thinks, or he knows what you're gonna do before you do it. Like we talked about that in Street Fighter 5. We see sometimes in 6 he's able to counter poke continuously, space it out well. Obviously there were a few drops from Fujimura in terms of like his combos and like what should be doing in terms of punishes. But Dogra's space traps, going for like the heel kick when he knew a button was coming through right after, getting the parries off. He just knew how also Fujimura wanted to play as well. So we see that in the match in terms of like the spacing, the button choices, and the damage that's dished out. Feels like it's always optimal for the side of Dogra. Her middle stuff is really good, so the reward is there. Dogra knows how to access that. Well done, 3-0 over Mai. You know, I've seen, you know, Pax be very happy about the character and say, you know, she's strong, people should be looking at her. And Dogra's win should embolden these Elena players out here, people that are not looking at the character, to say, hey, she has what it takes. This is a clear example.
It feels like she does. I think there's a lot, though, that really goes into, like, making her work, right? Executionally, I think there's a lot of, you would need to kind of confirm with this character most of the time, but when you get big openings like these and you understand like how to work your ranges appropriately, you'll find like success like Dogra. And it's hard though, because like we've talked about, we really prefaced like Elena kind of playing on the back burner a lot of the times, but that was the first time I've really seen an aggressive Elena playstyle with Dogra. So I'm very happy about seeing this development offensively.
Big amount of points right there. 30 for Crazy Raccoon. And that's 10 for Victrix Final Gaming. So this looks like a more informed team in terms of their character choices. My biggest fear was Bonchan and a little bit of Dogra. Especially before World Warrior, I was like, Elena, kind of a wild pick to be having out here. And, you know, having Bonchan on the Sagat so early in league are all kind of like shaky kind of things. But we also talked about the fact that once they get informed, once they are with their spirit animal, who they have fun with or that they align with, you find success. So you find ways to find success. Bonchan today, finding ways against a matchup that most people thought was difficult. Having a different look, the forward light kicks, the step kicks, and the fireballs in between, different strings, different sort of dominance in the mid-range. And then Dogra with the Selena, more active, as you mentioned, more playing first sort of style that you don't typically see with Elena, and getting the reward, that does take a lot of work. It's very difficult. But finding success, I like to see that. Crazy Raccoon looking way stronger than what they did prior to everything.
Yeah, pretty much saying the exact same thing I was talking about, man. Dogra, I love seeing the success that he's getting so far. Fujimura, rather uncharacteristic to see him play the way that he did, man. He was very resource heavy. Like, I understand Mai is like a very resource character, heavy resource type of character, excuse me, but like there were just so many instances where Fujimura wasn't really getting any type of reward off of that. I think that really, I guess, contributes towards Dogra's defense. I think there's been a lot of instances where you would see Fujimura try to initiate the mix off of the fans, drive us forward into an overhead. Dogra, he was playing like amazing defense, right? We could also talk about like the offensive capabilities, but overall as a player, Dogra's defensive tactics, even going in between the strings sometimes and going for the uppercut off of a read against Fujimura, that was fantastic, man. So I think he's slowly becoming the complete package with a character like Elena, so it's very exciting to see this development. But overall, we're talking about it too. Shuto on the bench, he has to be absolutely ecstatic, right? He didn't have to stress out being able to watch his team take this pretty convincingly 30-10. In fact, his interview coming in, You already know he's ecstatic. Fantastic games today, but I have to say, I was gonna go for Anchor, if not Dogra. I changed my character recently, so I didn't want to be in a rush to play. Very smart choice. Really mature choice.
That is, but him changing his character when Akuma's so strong and he's been running that character for such a long time, I wonder if that's like a full change or if it's like a feeling or like matchup sort of change. I'll have to ask him later, but like changing to Ryu, because we did see that as the extra game. I wonder if that's going to be like a long-standing change for him. Did the mirror match with Mochi make you so upset, so mad? You said I'm going to play Ryu now? Is that what happened? Because that mirror match that happened last time, is that the cause? Very, I do not know. I'll have to ask him later. Either way, Kazunoko says, I was input out too much. I have to practice using the drive gauge more carefully. Shuto was in the anchor for past games, but the others will get there as well.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised how dominant Ryukichi was against Kazunoko. Like I honestly thought, like, to myself, Ryukichi does have what it takes to kind of like face anyone in this matchup as Mai. But seeing Kazunoko go down like 0-2 with like with such a strong debut into this season, right? I'm actually kind of worried about whether or not it would force Kazunoko to kind of like make a change specifically for Maya. I don't even think she does like poorly. Obviously, it's Cammy, right? It's just like Maya is just really a problem. I actually want to know if Kazunoko would actually mess with Sea Viper when she releases. I would love to see that.
That's a good point. Maybe he pulls out the Jamie though. I think the Jamie's more for fun. That's probably just more for fun. He gets legend with the character, and on the stream he's kind of messing around with it, but it's probably more for a fun type of character. But I would like to see him on the Viper if he wants to test that out. Boncha says Moke was playing like he's better at the game, so I gave him a good lesson today. He said, "Bro, you're not as good as me. I am up here, you're down here." That's crazy work from Bonchan, talking mad mess. And Dogra says in the anchor spot, there's pressure for me. I was thinking that it'll be Moke against me, but as soon as Moke played against Bonchan, I was getting ready and practicing for Mai. And we saw that. We saw him understand the matchup very well. He'd walk back against like the second part of the fan pressure. He'd win the DP, when not the DP. He said the team also gave him a lot of good advice, so he was able to win.
久しぶりのホームですけど、やっぱ今日ね CAG 見てるとめちゃくちゃ勢いあるなって思ったんで、ちょっとそこにね飲まれないようにしっかり対策して。
Kind of curious what he had to say about like CAG just now. He had mentioned it briefly, like just very briefly. I don't know if the translator had picked that up just yet, but I would love to know like if he had mentioned anything about like CAG. But maybe it's perhaps they're talking about like what's happening in the next matchup. That has to be right because CAG had mentioned it earlier. They're gonna face off against Crazy Raccoon. That's gonna be quite the clash. But either way, man, final like closing words I'd imagine from Dogra coming in as well. Very impressed overall by the teams, the players, I should say, coming in from Crazy Raccoon, right? The double switch up Sagat and Elena this season, coming in from Bonchan and Dogra. It's really cool to see that development, but that's what we were here for, right? I was so looking forward to seeing Division S after everybody like coming through the TGS. So, yeah, the final thoughts in coming from Dogra. Finally, at home side next episode. But CAG was playing a good game today, so we'll get some good rest, get some good practice in, and try to win the next episode. Very easy, very standard. Looking forward to seeing that matchup too, but it leads us into our marquee matchup for the week in Division S. We have Good 8 Squad having to fight off against Nagoya NTPOJA. This is going to be sick.
Ooh, it's going to be an absolute banger. NTPOJA at the top spot currently alongside Good 8 Squad, so the top 1 and 2 teams are going to be going at it to end things out. And seeing Nagoya NTPOJA have success out here has been nothing short of amazing. Again, Street Fighter League Japan has been so hard to call. It's been getting even further like that, season after season, for good reason. The switch up with the players, the comfortability, the tactics they are applying has been nothing short of incredible. This is incredible too. I want to see this B-Boy beat down. I'm guessing they're going to be having the game out there. I saw some of them playing over, like the Red Bull people playing over and having exhibitions and stuff like that over at TGS, or at least around that timing. So I wonder if they're going to have it out there physically. I'm having some games going before they get down with the breakdancing.
I'm not sure if it had already happened, actually. I think it was like either September. I can't tell if that's like the right date for me. I actually don't know how to read the format properly, but if it is in November, I would love to see it. It would be pretty godlike. But SFL has been doing a really great job of like doing the fan surfacing stuff in regards to like showing off like all the merch lately for all of the supporters in Japan, right? They've done all these acrylic stands and also like metal cards. I think they're metal collectible cards of the teams and their faces, along with some of the actual like clothing line too. They have really cool shirts with the team emblems. They have the Street Fighter logo in the front, but also these lightable keycaps. I don't know if it's like one of those keycaps where you could actually place it within your keyboard or not, or if it's just kind of like a little like a gimmick tool kind of thing that you have on a keychain or something. But either way, really cool merch coming out from the side of Street Fighter League. And then, obviously, we have a really jam-packed schedule this coming October, right? We have Evo France, obviously, coming up. That's going to be the second to last event towards the CPT, and of course, the big major going up in Chengdu. You guys do not want to miss that. In fact, you don't want to miss any of it, right? We have our marquee matchup coming up real soon. In the meantime, take a little break. We'll see you right after this. We got Good A Squad going up against Nagoya, NTPOJA.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Shirensha Robotics 部門研究開発家ワーカホリック気味の研究主任。そんな私の秘密はある情報機関の潜入工作クリムゾンバイパー。それが私のコードネーム。手間かけさせないでね。暴れないでね。さっさと負けてくれない？次の仕事があるんだけど。
大カプコン展ついに東京で開催。世界を魅了し続けるカプコン、ゲーム作りの裏側に迫る貴重な展覧会。新たなグッズも登場。詳しくは公式サイトで。
いい揺さぶだったな今の。
刺しに来たイーグル。
お、そっから
投げ2発で終わりそうな体力。
おい、よいしょ。おっと嬉しいそんなことあんの。
ガチードやばいね。はい。
後ろだけされると風が来る。ESR が飛んでくるぞ。当たったら終わりです。打撃当たったらよく抜けるな。
おお。
おわー、きたー。次。
お、あったんじゃない。
またもや三度襲い来るこの竜巻。目の前。
ういひょー。
なんなら竜巻で押し込んでもいいよな。
なるほど。これはどういう。
おお、嬉しい嬉しい嬉しい。これは場合によっては行くんちゃう。
オッケ
ー。嬉しい。
いい揺さぶだったな今の。
Coming back into it, this is our marquee matchup. Good 8 squad going up against Nagoya NTPOJA. This is going to be a banger. Welcome back, everybody. This is going to be Division S Day 4. It's been absolutely wild thus far in terms of the results. And it's only going to get wilder going on through it, too. I love seeing some of the highlights that happen before going back into the matches. Seeing how ecstatic the Good 8 squad team is whenever they see their leader, Raccoon, take care of business, man. Rashid just does so much damn damage. I love it. Personally, I love seeing people get blown up off of like enhanced mixers. So I'm personally all about it. But we'll see how much of a threat that's going to be. Again, Good 8 squad sitting on the away side. It's going to be a little bit of a possible challenge.
Could be. They have the variance with their characters. They have switches that they can make happen, and they have some very strong characters aside as well that they've been having as a standard. Kobaman, especially with the Akuma. And as you mentioned, Gachikun with that Rashid, who has been ever impressive, being a lab rat and elevating his offensive and keeping up his great defensive game too. So this is a very strong team. Like Good 8 squad definitely has been on the map, but they're not the ones in the top spot. In fact, it's Nagoya NTPOJA that is currently first, at least coming into today. They were in the first place position with some very impressive wins recently enough where I guess Mochi was doing enough damage where it made someone switch a character. You know, they're switch up in terms of like what they've been doing in their Mai, KB's new like ideas with Mai being able to drive rush underneath certain things, having a great implementation with that character. Excuse me, it's too early. And Seiya, also the addition of Seiya with the Chun-Li, having a very solid character that he's been playing no matter rain or shine or how nerfed or buff she gets. He is a Chun-Li main through and through. It's a good combination in terms of the characters that we see on that team. So it makes sense to see them in a top spot, but I am surprised to see them currently coming in today against good 8 squad. We'll see how that remains and how things fall afterwards, though.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, right? Nagoya NTPOJA didn't necessarily have like the best record in the previous season, but seeing them at the top spot right now, tied with good 8 squad technically, right? When I feel like, you know, we talk about the game differentials, we get into the finer details. As it stands, Nagoya being at that top spot is a pretty significant deal. Like, they have to now find a way to conquer the current reigning threat. Right, good 8 squad has just been so dangerous every single time we see them in any capacity, whether it's in a team tournament, whether it's in an individual status like our or any sort of CPT environment. But again, it's all that matters right now is the team aspect of it all. So taking a look at where we're at in terms of the team composition, we've talked about Nagoya NTPOJA being on the home side. They have a lot of versatility too. I mean, like, it looked a little rough for Otani in the very beginning. We saw his faded duel over in the tiebreaker against Takagi, if I'm not mistaken. Then, of course, you have Mochi, who significantly stepped it up, by the way. I've been rather impressed seeing him develop that Akuma. Seiya, you had mentioned earlier, that Chun-Li, he's looking like a true pro. He is mad good. And then, of course, KB, he's always so consistent, being able to rock that Mai, too. But as of late, looking at week number 3, actually, I'll put that to a pause. Now it's time for character introductions. Good 8 squad. It's the fearless one, Sahara, stepping up to the plate as the rookie, technically, for Street Fighter League, representing good 8 squad. Then, of course, one of our favorite players is Pugera, the Cosmic Buster, always speaking in rhythm and rhyme, but honestly, I don't have the time to decipher it because it's always been an anomaly. The Singularity coming in, that's Kawano. You already know it, one of the most dangerous players, not even just in Japan, but in the world with that Akuma. Last but not least, the honest hero, Gachi-kun, Capcom Cup champion, former Capcom Cup champion, I should say. Would love to see if he decides to put himself into the rotation for this week.
So let's see their character selection. Because they're going up against that top spot, Nagoya NTPOJA. As you mentioned, 2 differentials is why they're at the lead over good 8 squad. Let's see if they can keep it, though. Biggest test. Nagoya NTPOJA way better than we've seen previous seasons. And not like they were lacking out there too much, but now they're definitely well informed, having a variety of players, and some of these players as well getting even better than what they were previously, finding their footing in these new games. Let's take a look at Nagoya NTPOJA. Let's start it off with, oh yeah, the Daredevil bounty. Nothing guilty about that play. Mochi coming through with the Akuma. Looking way different than what we saw previously, looking way more confident with combos. And still making the magic happen with that fiery competition. After that's going to be the Kung Fu fanatic himself, Seiya, on the Chun-Li solo Dogra with that character. Last but not least, it's the hammer of God itself, KB, and that BB standing for absolute business. Leading the charge, Nagoya NTPOJA is currently, as we keep prefacing and saying, at the top spot. So impressive to see them at this level, where they're at, considering where they were at previously. They have a lot to prove, but a lot to do today because they need to keep that top spot to that stance in their way. We'll see if someone gets a 40 bomber, 30-10. I have my money on a certain team. I'll reveal afterwards, but depends on these matchups. See what good 8 squad, brings to the table on their wayside. Very curious of the selection.
Looking at it like the previous records too, yeah, Sahara gonna be coming up first. Sahara, Gachi-kun, Pugera, Kawano on the bench. Was he on the bench the last time as well? Yeah, so very similar structure from what we saw in week 3, right? Sahara starting the games off again with the Ed. However, a little bit of a switch up between last week and this week, or the last time they played. Gachi-kun not in the anchor position. It's gonna be Pugera to carry the team for the big 20-point game.
Jury as his start. We talked about how he's able to cycle characters pretty quickly, you know, keep him ready, but we'll get to that when we get to that. KB comes up first with the Mai. Wow, okay. I thought KB might come up last on the anchor position, but you know what? KB always ready to take on any sort of player. His Mai is definitely sort of the type of mind that, like, whenever I watch it, I learn something new about what he can do with the character. Like, you know, his game plan in terms of, like, we saw him, like, use drive rush to go underneath things when he doesn't feel like a DP is going to work out. His technicality, we saw with his, like, level 2 against, like, the Wake Up Super, against some of the Sagat players. He understands what to do with Mai at a deeper level than just, well, I'm going to throw out OD fans, or I have my neutral into put you in the corner and then throw fans from there. Like, he definitely has a deeper strategy with the character. It's even more clear when you see him play. But Sahara starts off with Ed, as he's already emboldened by his CPT qualification. We see him out there on the singles, but he's also been good getting more informed out here in the tournament style of things. Like, this young player has been nothing short of incredible with this Ed character.
I'm actually rather impressed with how fast he picked up the character. Rather fast, like how fast he's picked up like Street Fighter 6 in general, and like how fast he's become like one of the more dominant players in the scene right now, taking down UFA not too long ago as well. But what's really interesting after looking through my data, I don't think KB's dropped a game yet. I'd have to check the SFL website, actually. I was actually kind of curious. I'm like, what is KB's record overall? I'm
actually on the website right now. You're right. He hasn't dropped a single game.
Yeah. Dude, this guy's a machine right now with my. Holy, I don't think anyone holds a candle towards like KB's current record. This is a whole different being right now. I have never expected KB to have such a stellar record. Like, no disrespect to him. It's just like that's a really tough feat in Street Fighter League Japan.
I mean, again, like watching him play with Mai is different. What he did to Bonchan, when Bonchan tried to wake up level 1, he did level 2. That kind of matchup knowledge and knowledge with the character Mai alone, it makes sense. But even at like this level of league with all these great players out here, for him to be so solid is nothing short of incredible. He's gonna be up first, so it's gonna be a big test here for Sahara. But I'll go back to Sahara though. You mentioned that this was like a very new thing for him for Street Fighter 6. I mean, he just moved over from a different game since last year, and he's already had incredible results. Like, he's definitely a man that just enjoys Street Fighters. You could tell when he streams, he's laughing, having a good time, even when he loses. He's about that competition. He had a very shaky LCQ ever at EWC. However, that did not deter him from getting that victory over at UFA, where he definitely got his lick back in terms of getting points and actually qualification more often, though. KB, though, has said, we're in the first place as of now, but we have good 8 squad on the away side, so we want to get the lead right now so we can win. And Sahara says, we have 80 points on both of these teams. We can start taking the lead right now. Both have the same idea. Only one's going to walk away with them points in their pocket.
And I'm so excited for it too, right? There's a lot already in regards to the storyline established between these two. Sahara, still kind of fresh off of this win from UFA. It wasn't even that long ago. Then you have KB just with an absolutely stellar record. With a slight mishap now, he did try to get a tick throw. Got punished and blown up for it.
Oh, we get the DP off still. In the back throw, reposition, drive rush, lights, goes for the throw right after, tick hit throw. Oh, he's calling on every parry. Not that time though. Still has the lead, 1-touch scenario for Ed. This is perfect for him.
Oh, a little bit of a delay too off that crouching medium punch. Sahara's defense is currently being tested. Successfully gets himself out of the corner. Very big push off of that throw tech. Just like that.
Strike those scenarios. Yeah.
I like that.
Very solid play.
And Sahara just really gets to like pick apart his opponents more often than not. Like there's so much that he can establish with Ed from like further distances, but KB currently undeterred, right? Like he's gonna be finding his way to get installs, also finding ways to get the fans. Yeah, nullifying the fireball on the way through, drive rush into that Fierce.
Uh-oh, got the counter right. Coming into it right after. DP, dash up DP. Kill rush to get that extension, of course. Full corner send, half health gone. Trying to go for the meaty heavy kick. KB blocked it out though.
Excellent defense coming in from Sahara. Are we seeing a new perfect parry Prince, perhaps?
Might be.
Oh, sneaky. That was actually kind of dangerous, too, for the side of KB. Excellent rebuttal. Excellent defense coming in from KB. You get the forward throw.
On the fan, the DP actually clicks a little bit of damage. Second part of the fan able to land that throw right after. KB's got him in lockdown. Jump fierce by Kevin, target combo level 1 for the follow-up. Things get a lot more DVs up in the corner, get those extensions, more damage incoming. But no super blocked out. No, she's gonna hit the throw instead.
Damn, hella damage. OD on wake up. OD on wake up from Sahara as well.
Clap back. Almost got the jump in, but the fan is his failure. Great time with the fireball. KB walking back to get that fan off, to get the projectile. But had he landed that jump in, it would have been a different story. Oof. Close game still.
Damn. Yeah, KB is looking unstoppable so far this season, right? Sahara, the only one kind of giving him a run for his money right now, especially within this round.
Spaced out well enough. Can't do much about it. Try to go for the back throw. The tech is there. Start with these flickers every so often. The pick us with the fireball, trying to add some variance. Does with a double DP. High enough to get that extension.
Not gonna go for the level 1, and I totally understand too. KB not really willing to dump out that meter because he was at such a life deficit, but Sahara, quite the opposite, right? Level 1 to secure that round.
Wicked position is here. It's blocked. Crouching line kick. The stand medium as a rebuttal tool. Now level 1 comes through. The enhancement.
Oh!
The throw. Gets the jump heavy kick. The follow up. Meaty. Still got the back throw. He thought DP was coming through. You saw KP walk back just a little bit.
Oh. I think a single touch will do it for KB, by the way. Look at that, very close to 3 bars. If he lands a solid hit, punish counter, etc., into any sort of drive rush, it would be a very significant deal of damage. Sahara cannot afford to mess up, and literally just like that, the big opener, KB, dumping it all, tying the match, now at match point. So hard to stay absolutely stable and disciplined against a character like mine sometimes.
Gonna press the issue. Give such a big lead on Sahara's side. He ain't seen one confirm for the victory. KB played around that very well. Stay at the offset point. 3 bars to Sahara's name. Could get mad dreamy if he gets a distance to do so. May not even need it depending on holding parry. Keep the drop gauge up, now initiating drive press jab. Thrown towards the corner. Then the flicker does nothing at all. No pull. No big deal though. He has all the room to work with. These buttons. Crouching beauty kick, the heavy kick.
Oh, giant trade. Wasn't giant enough, actually. Couldn't get a full conversion. That's a punish counter. Sahara coming on in now. Oh, that jump out could have been everything. I wonder if he could have crossed up, actually.
Tommy GP. Either way, level 3 should be coming through. String him up. Sahara winding down his button choices, his button economy, his drive rush up. Not getting exposed too much. It's what we saw at UFA. When things got too dicey, he was getting a little bit too risky. He knows how to pull it back and route it back and give him a different sort of look. This game right now, this will be KB's first loss out here at Street Fighter League.
Yeah, Sahara is a different breed, man. I feel like he's just been so dominant these last couple of months, too. But now, establishing the dominance against KB, does get that throw against the parry. But now the back throw plus control coming in from KB now.
Parry for a button right after. Chum. Avoiding the flicker scenario. Let's find the anti-air.
Oh. Trying to knock on the door a little bit. Interrupting the fan!
So with the crouching medium punch. Towards the corner.
Oos!
McBride tried to go for the throw. It's a shimmy instead. A level 2. Now, oh, never mind. There's a DP right after the pop off of KB on set point. Excuse me, forgot she had something else behind it. And the savings.
Oh, what a block. Still not your turn to act though, and immediately slugging out KB was mashing on that uppercut. That is for sure.
Psycho Blitz knockdown, get the Oki right after it. KB now jumping back, no one what to do on defense, not gonna go for any sort of PP, put himself in a deficit. You're in the corner though, gets Ed, jump back, the fadeaway, the +1. Respects until the second hit came through, then took his turn, faked out the ODTP that time, was ready. It's KB's option, level 2. The extension now. It's enough, OD. Oh, sorry, excuse me. The jab will seal the deal, still able to get the kill.
Damn, that was a lot of damage, by the way. Interruption of the drive rush. KB not gonna follow in pursuit of the fan, a little expensive. Gonna pump the brakes just a little bit. Medium kick trade off. Low medium kick now canceled. Coming in from KB, we do get the install level 1. Let the fans rock.
Starts trying to use OD Spark to kind of swat those away every so often. Good turn. There's the drive rush with the crouch to punch, just too shallow. OD flicker, knocked off the Psycho Blitz, kill rush. Trying for the air to air, just too shallow. We can't throw it a bad fireball.
KB looking at her. Uppercut! No! What was that? He tried to sweep?
The flip out. You're burning out. ODDP, the bust out. KB. Able to secure a victory, a solid one, and another one in his pocket. He can't lose. He can't lose. This guy cannot lose.
He is looking stressed. My man immediately took off the glasses. He's like, Jesus, I never want to do that again. Rather emotional is KB, and for very good reason, right? Like, having Sahara step up to the plate initially is such a threatening aura. Like, with how well he's been doing overall, it's like, man, I gotta face off against this. But like, KB's gotta look at it the other way around. It's like, yo, Sahara has to fight me. I am undefeated up until this point. Well, guess what? He still has a continuing record of gathering all these points. He'd be pickpocketing everybody for their change right now, and it's rather impressive too. Like, you see the amount of control that Sahara wanted to kind of play with. It's just been rather difficult. KB finding the space to launch some of these fireballs and fans was mad important. Kind of shallow, but it was definitely mad important in regards to like closing the gap against Sahara and getting started.
Fantastic work. At 10 points to go ahead. NTPOJA, they lead right now. Gachku on the away side. Who do we send up on the home side? You have a lot of choices. Maybe Seiya might be good here. Chun-Li against Rashid. Probably not too bad. I know that Gachku has had a lot of practice in that matchup overall, but Seiya definitely one of the best to do it. We remember him when he was on his previous name, Owai-chan. So it's going to be Seiya. He's the one to really confirm that 4-meter punch and swift thrust continuously, and I feel like he's still one of the best to do it with this character. And she has so many ways against a fireball, which is like the established point for a lot of Rashid players, especially Gachku. When he wants to toss out a fireball to like poke with before he goes for like a drive rush, well, there's Hasanchu to cut through. If she's got bars, she's got level 2 if she wants to expend it, and she's got the walk speed and her fireballs to kind of fight back with as well. So I think it's a good decision on paper. But again, Gachku, he's a lab rat. He's going to have special punishes and preparation against Seiya as a player. But it's going to be jury. Excuse me. Oh no, is it not? No, it says Chun-Li right there.
Yeah.
It's never mind, Chun-Li. Never mind. Sorry.
For sure. Yeah, no worries at all. Chun-Li is going to be the character coming in from Seiya, like looking at his overall record as well too. He didn't get to play the last time we saw him, right? You had mentioned that? I don't know if you had mentioned that.
I don't think I did, no. So, first time for him?
So it's like, he had his debut. He got his W against Eita in his Akuma. I think he's like currently 50-50. Every one of his matches have gone down to like final game, final round. Or I guess, no, final game, not final round. But him having to face off against like Fujimura was what we saw the last time he was up. So he's in a very like right in the middle kind of spot statistically. Can he kind of surpass this challenge, or at least like rise up against a challenge against someone like Gachikun and the Rashid? Like I personally don't mind Chun going into the Rashid matchup. I think her toolkit allows her to fight this matchup pretty well, actually.
She got the button to do so. That's one of those things where it's like, Rashid has to expend Drive Rush to make his buttons more powerful. She doesn't have to do that. She's got the walk speed. She's got Stand Fierce, crouching medium kick, which the fireball's kind of locked down that approach. So, yeah, on paper it's great, but Gachikun's record right now is really good. So far, he has won all of his matches thus far. So he beat Bonchan, he beat Uryo, and he beat Kosa as well. So he's looking very solid over in League right now.
Yeah, pretty expected, man. Gachikun is just like super scary. Like you've talked about his like really strong defense. I think that's something that's been highlighted over the course of his career. But like his understanding of the situations and enforcing opponents to make like such brutal mistakes that lead into like fat damage and knockdowns is just so significant, man. Like Gachikun's control over the screen is like something very difficult to learn, man. There's just something about his intuition and his instinct when it comes to like playing this character.
His space traps too as well, like the Arabian Cyclone, or just even some of his like his neutral play, his baits, they're all fantastic. And again, he's elaborate. He spends a lot of time just grinding out moments and situations in training mode and then hitting people up for games. So we'll see the fireball game being tested right now, already getting one off. Seiya, he notices that he's in the 50% ratio of wins and losses. I'd like it to be a little bit higher. While you're fighting this guy, good luck. Oh, he'll throw the one to tap Mary. No big deal.
Really scary spot to be in a Seiya, right? Like using that walk speed now, trying to get himself out of the corner, but he's still parked here for a little bit as long as Gachikun is on patrol. Catching the timing against Seiya. Nice work. The onslaught too. Seiya looking rather stressed in the player cam, man. He has been chilling on the East Coast for quite a minute.
The throw right here. Yeah, he needs to find a way to establish something. Good Cyclone, nice interruption, get the float state. Is it with the 10 show, the fireball for the follow-up. The answer, empty low, that's a Gachikun special. We've seen time and time again in damn near every single game. Lands it back to the screen and this toss and level 2. It's adding up.
The defense so far from Seiya has been great up until him getting thrown, but much rather that than maybe like a whiff punish or like a punish counter against him while the wind was on him. But it doesn't matter. Gachikun still being able to catch the buttons from Seiya. Dude, he is looking perplexed. Seiya is looking really stumped right now. He looked over, he was like, damn, dude, what am I supposed to do against Gachikun?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. Gachikun free to throw the fireballs, not even stressed enough to like have to throw like OD for any sort of variance at all. He's been running his game in the corner continuously. No counter it there. It's a throw. Gachikun does not feel any fear of throwing out these fireballs every so often.
Damn. Pretty huge. Yeah, plenty of time to still walk out too, even if he's negative off of that forward medium punch.
Enhancement, get a little bit of distance. Swift thrust, a drive rush conversion. On the back rise, still nice and close. That's still Oki. Asanchu couldn't find the timing to press through. That stand medium follow up a little bit too short.
Oh, you what a call out against the Hazachu. Oh, that could have been disastrous. We get the pick confirmed. Gachikun now looking at match point. This has been rather, I want to say like one-sided for the side of Gachikun, right? Like he set the pace throughout every single round thus far. However, Seiya does get the opener, at least with the throw.
So he's well rehearsed, perfect parry, can't drive rush right after that. The perfect distance. I feel like that was almost a bait right there. Waiting for him to drive rush up. Now level 2 is activated. The toss it, no, you see enhancement. Reversal, but drops the combo. Trying to go for Hazachi, maybe for like a reset against the throw, I'm not sure. But the tornado was still there, brother. You gotta worry about the wins.
Jesus, that was 33 hits. My man was pressing every button known to man. And he beats him out again, man. He is shimmying the hell out of Seiya.
Seiya's looking down like, bro, where'd my shoes go? Where'd my socks go? He took everything with the ankle breaker. But Gachikun, so well rehearsed, so well informed with that matchup. He even threw I felt like he threw the fireball out with that perfect parry and they got the low right after, knowing that at that distance, there wasn't much he could do in terms of finding a button. Sure, he could perfect parry a fireball, but do you have the timing or the distance to get a button off from your side of things after you drive rush? Gachikun, again, understands the matchup, is a lab rat, rehearsed all these scenarios and situations. I feel like level 2 was more of a, I'll put you in the corner, work from there sort of scenario than it was, oh, I got these mix-ups and things like that. And Seiya just, as you said, looking back like, bro, what do I, who is this cat? I can't press a button against him. Capcom Cup champion, man.
It's so difficult, man. Like, Seiya has not really found a way against the strategies utilized by Gachikun, right? Like, and it wasn't even like a level 2 deal, right? There wasn't anything around Gachikun's performance that like revolved around that level 2. He just played him out, or sorry, outplayed him raw with Rashid, which is rather impressive, right? We had prefaced it by saying, you know, Chun-Li does a pretty relatively decent job, I feel like, in that matchup, but I was actually quite surprised to see it go down in that way. Seiya falling short again this week. Now it's up to the anchor. It's gonna be Otani facing off against Pugera's Jury. Interesting call.
I guess this makes sense just in case the Bison comes up. I think the kid still does well against Bison enough to fight him, where it feels like it's about even. So it's like maybe if there is a switch, he's ready for that as well. But either way, Pugera on the Jury, like he's been the type to kind of hide when he's playing a character and not really talk about it or showcase it on CFN that much. Maybe he has like a secret account, because I remember over at Street Fighter League when he came through with the DJ, it was very unexpected that he had that character. But he said during his interview, yeah, he was like, I was practicing in the background, in the shadows, waiting for the right time. Similar for today, but I'm not sure what the Jury is for, though. Was it a certain character, or selection, or player? We'll have to see during his interview. But Otani, see him come up makes sense. I think Mochi's still a really good player, but Otani's had more time. I think Otani also has had at least, let me check his run actually, before I say this and put in my mouth here. Otani actually hasn't had a better run over Mochi, excuse me. He's only had one win, and it was over Sako. Regardless, I do like Ken out here, but maybe he's a better pick than Mochi. Actually, what do you think? Do you think this is a better pick than Mochi?
I honestly think that like Mochi is in a pretty like nice position right now in regards to like how he's been playing as Akuma lately. I don't mind like Akuma versus Jury, obviously, but it's hard to tell. I feel like Otani might have like a firmer understanding. There has to be like something within the team where it's just like, you know what, I'd much rather have Otani come up, right? I don't know what Pugera is doing. He's doing the thing again, by the way. I have no idea what he's saying. I'm sure the producers is trying to type up whatever interview, because Pugera just be saying stuff sometimes. A man speaks in tongues. But I'd imagine genuinely it's got to be like something that was within like the team's decision making, like to put Otani specifically for Pugera's Jury.
Well, we are getting the interview from Pugera. He said, last time I couldn't win my first game. I walked 30 minutes every day to win. I got good practice and I walk. Well, yeah, it's good. You keep it healthy. That kind of makes sense. You know, you should go outside, walk, touch grass a little bit, get some fresh air. But I don't know if that is going to help you with the practice against like Otani. Maybe it's just like a mind clear thing, or it's probably Pugera just, again, talking and talk, just saying crazy stuff. All right, Pugera. So go for a walk, touch grass.
That's, you know, that's my guy right there. Pugera always trying to find new ways to figure it out. I don't know, like it's not bad. I mean, like getting the exercises in right before a competition, your blood's flowing, you got clarity, feeling pretty good about yourself. Maybe that's the tech, right? Like maybe Pugera's onto something. Although if he's in Tokyo, I hope he didn't walk and get rained on, because it is definitely kind of raining. I don't know if it's like raining right now because I'm indoors obviously, but like yeah, it was definitely raining up a storm earlier. Otani coming in with his interview as well. He was saying Pugera is strong, but I will win, or at least I want to win. Long. I got a good coach recently, and my Ken became a confidence for me, so I'll get my win here as well. Nice work, okay. Seeing Otani get the help that he needs to get himself ready for the next week with a coach, very promising. Let's see if he finds a way to get that W with the help of his coach.
These take those scenarios off the drive rush jab and getting a normal throw, meaty stand fierce. gets ahead. This is where Ken likes to cook. Up in the corner. Drive impact, gets a splat. Blocking. And his wall splat, so it's a little bit of less damage, but still, it's a one-touch scenario.
Oh. A little bit of a walk into a stutter. Oh boy. You get the side switch for sure. Decent amount of damage to Pugera in control. Otani stuck in this corner, still trying to press button to get the medium punch. Pugera might have figured out his timing.
Oh, hell yeah, he has. Drive rush, stand medium. He saw the counter hit. Her pressure up in the corner. Just as deadly as Kid, man. Different sort of way. Pugera routes it back. First round to him. No bad Fuhajin sock ups. Don't let him do it. Turn back with the low, the fireball, simple stuff, but I'm trying to go for the button. Gets a drive rush.
It's kind of tough, man. Really tough to manage for Otani. He took down so many throws, just so much life being drained from him, only for him to get opened up with a delayed standing medium punch. Pugera, again, he understands Otani's button pressing timing, and it's really bit him in the end so far. 2 rounds straight in game 1, benefiting Pugera. There's just been no stopping these medium punches coming in from Jury.
That's a really good point in terms of like understanding like the button timing and what he wants to go for. You saw the drive rush stay medium, collect the crouching medium punch that Otani was trying to go for. Good work. Works to 3, so we got more games to grind out. Run VP, nice confirm, you saved the bar. Moments like that, but Pugera survives the open.
So we're getting a couple of the lights now. Otani, not afraid to fire back. A little awkward on the hit too. It's not being able to dish out any damage, not being able to score any knockdowns against Pugera. At least letting some of the fireballs suck now in this matchup.
That poke is a tool to still get jumped in on or dive kick on. Driver stand medium again. We'll reset, that works out with the throw right after the tap parry attempt. Up in the corner, again, drive rush stand medium, such a strong tool. He is throwing mad bows right now. Russell Champs on the wake up. No target buster or chin buster, excuse me, side switch. We'll get the back throw though. You're in the corner now. Oh.
Oh, the drive rush check! Otani trying to get a little bit greedy. Pugera making him pay for it tenfold too with that round. So close to actually catching him slipping. But Pugera absolutely ready.
Anderson against the drive rush, the crouching medium punch, one of our best buttons to do so. Starts up with the Fuhajin. Dash up on the minus frames. Otani able to tech though. Back to full screen. Want to get that bar back. Otani hop pursuit in between the string, level 1. The dash and the drive rush after this. There it is.
Minus counter level 2. Drive gauge. Almost depleted against Pugera, on the side of Pugera, excuse me. Put a backdash too, just to avoid.
Yeah. He's spacing himself out. Perfect parries of fireballs as well. Keep the drive gauge up as much as he can at the very least. Otani just not able to drive rush like he used to. The fireball preventing that. Also, saw Pugera do a great job leading that. Now to delete the step kick. Perfect on the DI. 3. Gonna kill, but we'll put him at death's door. This is gonna suck. Bam.
Not quite dead though. Overhead, you had to see it coming, right? Like there was no shot the overhead wasn't gonna come out. Pugera, 2 games straight against Otani. The lockdown is absolutely real. We are gonna take a timeout for sure. Nagoya NTPOJA gonna pump the brakes just a little bit. Otani has not found an opening. It's looking rather similar to how Seiya had played against Gachikun, respectfully.
Yeah. You're not seeing a Ken drive rush, especially when rounds start. We saw Otani drive rush jab, throw. Drive rush jab, throw. We saw that be an initiator, and not seeing any more drive rushes after the fact. That just shows how much dominance Pugera has in the neutral. He's been able to stuff and stop drive rush, be able to stop the anti-drive rush attempts more consistently, and make the most of the corner situation. Otani's been on the back foot. There hasn't been a lot in terms of what he can do. And he tried to go for the step kick. And that was like maybe like the last option he felt he could go for. Bulgaria read that once again, gets the DI, gets the win. This is a very dominant match so far. I don't know what Otani needs to do to switch it up, but on the other hand of things, Bulgaria, I'll never doubt your character choice again, brother. I was like, Jury, really? They got Bison, they got DJ. This cat always has a plan. If he comes up with a character, there's a reason.
That reason really needs to come towards the side of Otani. I'll tell you what, though, in terms of delivering the goods, or at least delivering like a game for Nagoya NTPOJA. Again, we talked about like how important it is to kind of like establish these leads really early on in the season. Good 8 Squad has been doing just that, like time after time, with the exception of one of the seasons where they fell short. Well, just a little bit. But Otani, again, he's just completely stumped, right? Hence why the timeout is being taken. I want to say like it's hard to even talk about like switching up players at this point. I know it doesn't really do any good in regards to like the conversation, but like there have been a lot of instances where Pukera has just read the timing of Otani, right? There hasn't really been a lot of chances for Otani to kind of like push himself out of the corner, or at least utilize movement a little bit more to change it up against Bulgaria. It's been a pure lockdown, I feel like, against him. So I'm not too sure like what Otani needs to kind of like do to solve this particular issue, because Bulgaria is more so like reading the player in regards to some of the timings that he's chosen so far, right? So Otani really needs to understand that and kind of recognize like, all right, well, maybe I have to give him different types of looks, different types of buttons to kind of reply with, and maybe we can start from there, right?
Yeah, maybe OD Fireball sometimes, switch it up. I've been seeing, you know, before the Ken players kind of left the Ken Brigade, someone will do like Drive Rush Fireball to switch up, to at least show them something different in terms of how they can check and challenge Drive Rush. So that may be an assistance, but again, as you mentioned, there's a lot of player-to-player reads, and Pukera just knows what he wants to do. I don't know if Pukera was talking to that coach to get tips, but it feels like it. Game for Pukera.
Oh, there we go.
Reversal.
Being able to interrupt that string, not string, excuse me, interrupt and find the opening against that gap. Go check out the drive impact. Confirm out the low forward. Big rebuttal, by the way. Huge damage incoming, spending the rest of it. Has to go into level 1, absolutely. Dragon Lash, yeah, more than enough damage. First time we're seeing signs of life from Otani.
Maximizing reward as well. That's a pulse. I can't click the throw. Stocks up right after. Perfect. Here's a fireball. Walks back, punishes the drive rush button. Fantastic. Gonna get his spacing. Has been pristine and clean from the side of Pukera. Entire? Of course.
Confirm.
Oh
dude, medium punch lockdown. That is the bane of Otani's existence right now. Plus the corner is looking so rough. Match point now for Bulgaria. And good 8 Squad. ODDP, get off of me. Trying to reset the spacing between the two. Level 1 to punish the Jinrai. Otani now very close to the corner. Actually is in the corner. Jeez, that carries kind of crazy.
The side switch though. Takes a throw. Stocks up, but that is punishable. Otani finding the Jinrai punish right after. Delay crushing unit punch works out for Pugera. Now it's Otani walking back, trying to find a way to punish for his side of things. He's back though.
Oh.
Pulls at the overhead.
How long can they play defense for? How long until Otani gets his opening to survive another game? Pugera just down to 1 hit, by the way. Damn, that was an ambitious one. Dragon Lash.
The perfect parry towards the corner. Don't let it be you. Overhead walked out again. It's hit the right after though. It's a one-touch scenario for Pugera. Driver stand medium, another throw. Hits the brakes. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get the button right after. Still looking behind the overhead. The throw is hard at that level 3 right after on the overhead. So I get it. Falls to the fireball. Was able to convert too far out.
Oh!
Ooh.
Yes, sir! A big interruption against the drive rush. Otani sniping out the approach from Pugera with that standing light kick. Surviving another game, everybody, surviving. Otani just trying to grasp at straws in the very beginning of this set. Finally getting a hold of Pugera. Let's see if he can continue on.
Dragon Lash is allowing that plus frame approach. We talked about having a different look. Sorry, at least put a stopping point on Pugera for a little bit. It's a low, no conversion, no DRC right there. Drive rush jab, missing with the DP. With DP right back at him here with a lot more bust outs now. Let's wake up option.
Oh. Looking for him off the low medium. Pugera now on the offensive, backing away after a couple of knocks on the door. No standing lights.
Man, I'm trying to press the issue too much. His fireballs as a poke as he walks forward. I'm trying to extend any bad buttons. Now we drive for jab and head Tatsu. Taxi towards the corner. ODDP, the pinwheel as a reversal.
I like the patience being exuded by Otani, just throwing a couple of these fireballs, but just like that, already in his grill with a couple of those drive rushes. The Tatsu, it was a good idea, just a little bit too far out to actually get a punish against Pugera. Look at that match point yet again, sitting at 2 bars, by the way. If we get a big opening, perhaps we might get the feng shui. That's the big opener we love to see, too.
On the drop kick as he does it. Stand fierce, interrupted with a Gen Ryan, enter hit Nabby. Get some more range. Outside the corner, the back walk. With the walk down from Pugera. Number 1, once again. Send towards the corner, get the dash up. Double dash up because he's close to the corner right there. You better Oki, you walk it out. Ah, he pressed the stand medium. The super was there to meet him.
Not too bad if you're Pugera, though. Still has a life lead to maintain. Excuse me. Driver's line in, forward throw. Oh! That could have been it! For Otani, at least. Or at least a decent amount of damage, excuse me.
And the fireball war right now, overhead. Backs up for an anti-air, he does it! Against the dodge kick, the DP was perfectly done. Okay, stocks up right after it. Has the spacing to do so. There's the
Check on the drive rush again.
Punch. A tool of the gods.
I like that. Otani forced to take the throw. At least it wasn't a counter hit against the medium punch, right? So Pugera has been fishing with that pretty much all set.
Whip punish. Runs it again. One block just to get that throw up in the corner. One conversion. Could level 3 through a fireball. A lot of options here. Now you are on death's door. Don't make no mistakes. Brain tech right there from Otani. Hits the low though. Impact kill the drive gauge. The fireball right after that. Ooh. It's gone.
Still a single hit for the side of Pugera. Finish it all off. Despite being in burnout, right? Otani, now is his time to strike. But it's just so difficult. Pugera just looks so ready.
Here got the bar back too as well. Seconds winding down. Delays the crouching medium punch. Thought it was going to be a walk-up throw. It's instead a button, and Pugera takes out Otani. Now he's switching up the timings and takes the majority of the points for his team. 30. Good 8 squad goes over Nagoya NTPOJA with a jury pick to do it. Pugera, once again, a toolkit player, bringing out who knows what to expect with him. But it always gets the win. I mean, I got to give big shouts out to Pugera for him bring up characters that I haven't seen him play a lot, either at CFN, CPT, whatever it may be, but always having something for a reason out here, Street Fighter League.
I mean, it's an excellent choice to like have yourself like a multitude of different characters, or at least like 2 minimum. I feel like in like a lot of modern games right now. So I mean, it's rather impressive to see like Pugera still stay consistent all across the board. Level 3 too. I gotta say, majority of the times when you saw what had happened in that replay, it was always against Otani and his timings, right? Like standing medium punch is such a bully normal from the side of like Jury. We kind of actually talk about those issues a bunch with characters like Blanca, characters like Sagat, also with standing medium punch, very similar toolkit or similar tools in their toolkit. But it just took way too long for Otani to actually adapt towards like the things that Pugera wanted to do. Like sure, Otani was ready for most of like the Street Fighter 6 mechanics. Like in that last instance, we just saw him kind of get rushed down with like drive rush a little bit earlier. But outside of that, like he understands how to counter against like him losing because of the mechanics. But Pugera is just so difficult to manage in general.
Him being able to stop drive rush a lot from a character that would like to do that was really important with the crouching medium punches. His button timings as well, as you mentioned, really good. His harassment up in the corner was really good too as well, making a lot of reward off the drive rush stand medium of all things. I mean, that's a very common button, but it leads to strike throw, it leads to overheads, the setups like that, and put Otani on the back foot. Even when those moments weren't landing, it's like the mental stack is just adding up more and more and more, and Otani wasn't able to play his game and find moments for his side of things. So, big ups to Good 8 Squad, taking the victory 30-10. It wasn't completely free, but Good 8 Squad definitely looking very dangerous with that Pugera pick. And Kawano in the wings. I want to see him play. I mean, he's speaking right now, but I'm wondering what he's looking like in terms of league. We've seen him play in a long time. In fact, have we seen Kawano play at all? Let me look at the character list or the player list. I don't know if we've seen. Oh, we have seen him play. He lost to Kazunoko, right?
That's right, yeah. In the debut, or like the very first episode of Street Fighter League Japan. And then he played again in week number 2. He fought against Fenrich's JP, absolutely obliterated him. And then he took a break in week number 3. So he's definitely going to be big chillin'. I don't know if they're going to be utilizing him for the next one, in their next upcoming matchup. But Kawano, obviously, he's having the time of his life. If you had seen like the commercial from during the ad break, right? They're doing the coverage of like Good 8 Squad and how they performed thus far, and Kawano was just like ecstatic watching Gachikun play. So like, makes a lot of sense with his upcoming interview. Kawano, very simple. He was just having fun watching the games.
Best seat in the house is when your team's winning, you know? Have a good time. And I'm sure he'll be well informed if he needs to play without Akuma. So he's getting that ready. I've seen him stream every so often, so he'll be good. Like I said, it's also Pugera's first win, and with this win, we will all have a win on our own. We'll be more relaxed with a further episode. So that's a good point for him to bring up. Every player on their squad has a win. You know, nobody's lacking out here anymore. Pugera got his W, very significant one in the anchor position to close things out. That's going to be a good feeling going into these next matches, but as he mentions, everybody has a W, so everybody's pulling their weight.
It feels great to see like that composition too, like the consistency coming in from Good 8 Squad, seeing all of their teammates really trying to figure out what needs to be done match after match. And same thing kind of applies to Nagoya NTPOJA, right? I mean, there have been they were in the top spot previously prior to this matchup. You see guys like KB, you see Mochi, regular Mochi, just one Mo, regular Mochi pull out his W's as well, right? I'm more concerned about Otani's current status in Street Fighter League. Actually, more so his current status in Street Fighter 6, right? He's still trying to make Ken work, and I understand that like the character, although he's not the best Shoto or whatever, he's still a Shoto at the end of the day, right? It's like, I don't know. It's a millionaire crying because he's not a billionaire kind of thing, right? He's still got so much at his disposal.
And Otani's also been like playing Terry on the side. I saw him training that character up, and he says he's trying to develop the character. Now we pull him out at league. It might be too late. Maybe it's too much work. I'm not sure. But maybe that might suit his style more, especially if he needs to get in. Maybe it might be like more of like a pacing switch for him. Like if he had Terry could do like drive rush quick burn or something like that, or have like a different sort of a fireball play against her low fireball so he could dash up, take more space. So maybe that might help him in some matchups. Maybe have to take a page out of Pugera's book to use it as like a toolkit sort of thing. Like, oh, this player's playing like this, I need to play like this. Go through the interview though. Sahara said, unfortunately, I lost. I wanted to make it to like 40 points, but a loss is a loss. I'll win next time. Gotcha said, I was practicing with a lot of people. I was feeling pretty confident about this episode. Nice games. I bet you were. The way you played that though, bro, ooh, but that matchup was easy.
And the Pugera coming in So he was saying, I was pretty depressed after the first loss last episode, but finally was able to win. But this is just one win. I'll try harder for the further episodes. Pretty well said. I mean, Pugero, he was kind of like he was speaking in haiku again, I feel like last time we saw him, right? To the point where the translation was just like, I don't know what he's talking about. I don't even know what to say about him. But Good 8 Squad, obviously, they're definitely going to be back into the swing September 30th. No, I'm sorry, today's September 30th. I'm dumb. October 7th, hello. In week number 5, they have to face off against Victrix Favu Gaming as the opener, and they're gonna be on the home side for that one.
Okay, gives us some benefit to work around and get ready for all the My Guys and Chun-Li players that are out there. And that is mentioned by Gachku. He said next is Favu Gaming. We'll face them offline. We'll do even better than what we did today. So seeing them get 30 points is good. They want to get that 40, but it's going to be hard fought because Street Fighter League, nothing is given out here, even more so this season. Even Victrix Favu Gaming is out here in full force. Crazy Raccoon getting better with their characters and players. CAG OSAKA also stepping up even more so. Maybe need to do a little bit more. But either way, I feel like once again things are very contentious out here in terms of like the player level, the base, the strategy as well. We're getting the results here, of course. CAG OSAKA 30/20 on Seoul. They're stepping up even more and more. Crazy Raccoon taking over Favu Gaming 30-10, and of course Good 8 Squad 30-10 over NTPOJA. A lot of 30s coming through, but a lot of points gathered and gained. We'll be seeing the switch up in terms of what's happened on the scoreboard for today real soon. But man, either way you slice it, it's been excellent in terms of like the matchups, exciting moments, and seeing people get informed with the characters that they want to play, that they're having fun with, is incredible.
What a switch up too. Good 8 Squad now skyrocketing towards first place with 110 points. Nagoya and NTPOJA falling just short. Only 10 points for them this week. Saishunkan, Seoul, Kumamoto not trailing too far behind. Although it's 90 points, the game differential is quite different because, again, cats like Mochi, cats like KB, they have been just on a hot streak lately. So the bottom 3, Crazy Raccoon also tied with 90. Victrix Favu Gaming, a pretty significant W with that 70. And then, of course, is the very other side, the very bottom, again, we talked about CAG OSAKA, we talked about Victrix Favu Gaming, again, them being at the bottom, still tied in points. The spread's not too far amongst these teams, and it makes it rather scary going into Division S, man. It's a kind of a pretty big difference, I think, from Division F, which is going to be happening soon, October 3rd, towards the end of this week. I don't know what time it is sometimes. I don't even know the date. I've just been lost in Tokyo these last couple of weeks, but Division F is where you guys need to get your butts back into the seats, as we have Varo going up against Hiroshima Team Ikusa. I didn't get to see the rest of it because I was yapping, but it's a good thing I have the website open just in case. It's Varo versus Hiroshima Team Ikusa, Reject versus Detonation Focus Me, and then Zeta versus Ibushigen, Fukushima Ibushigen.
Then we have the 7th, Favu Gaming Good 8 Squad, going to be NTPOJA Seoul, and CAG OSAKA versus Crazy Raccoon on the 7th of October. We have so much good action for Street Fighter coming up, for the singles, for the team tournaments, for things even across the seas too as well. You do not want to miss everything that's coming up the next couple of months as we get closer and closer towards the playoffs and also Capcom Cup. Hey, listen, if y'all forgot, you can see it right here. You can take a picture, a screenshot, whatever you need to do, write it all down for the offline qualifiers, for the World Warrior, of course, and Street Fighter League just in totality. There is so much action happening, and with C Viper dropping at some eventual point, we'll have to see if some of these players pick her up to get a victory out here and see if we actually get to see her being utilized by anybody as we close out Street Fighter League towards the end of these months. There's November. I'm really curious to see who's going to pick her up for maybe the finale, maybe the playoffs, maybe even towards the end. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting, so electric, and it's going to be hot fire. Exactly what you're going to expect from the toolkit from C Viper, man. I feel like being able to play her and finally see her in action is going to be like a fever dream. Being able to see her transform from where she was at in Street Fighter 4, the tools she's going to have in Street Fighter 6 fully fleshed out. I had the opportunity to be able to play her. I didn't get to record any footage, but man, she is going to be a mechanic monster. She is going to be so high in execution, and it's going to be so fun to see how people develop it. But it's going to be even more fun when we see it here in Street Fighter League. In the meantime, you guys have been doing a great job of following along, and we appreciate y'all. Until next time, though, we will see you on the next episode of Street Fighter League Japan. Appreciate y'all. Take care.
さあディビジョン S 第4節 CAG 大阪対再春関する熊本のマッチアップ、はい、オフラインのこの緊張感のある舞台で初戦の勝利を手にするのはどちらか。ただまあジャスパラッシュから伸ばしていく間に合わない。難しい場面だった。カウンターこう選択肢ちょっとファーティーが高かったか。二冠して飛んでる。詰まってない。二冠して飛んでる。とはいえですよ、ドライブが少ない状況だ。タも削り KO が見えてる状況。波動拳をジャスパーできるかどうか。集団なんない。何を振るか。これはどうだ。SA3 は十分持っている。タが見守る。もう立ってる。この中堅戦立ち上がった。もう立ってる。中堅戦立ち上がった。CAG 大阪連勝。タの動き。体力リード取り返したな。きたー。ここで来る。圏内です。衛星ゲージャー3つ光ってるぞ。光ってます。アンストッパブル小林、これは当たっている。アンストッパブル小林。4枚。
おい俺よ。ナイス。ナイス。すげえわ。すごすぎ。ありがとうございます。感謝。
でインパクト。素直に通してきた。力強い。これぞバイオレンスエンペラー。いる。これで SA2 回していくライトニングミスを攻めに行くベンリッチ。ここでパーフェクト。これで SA2 攻めに行く。怒涛の攻めでしたね。バーグはダッシュバックステップで追いかけている。これも十分だ。しかも強化状態。 SA2 打ち上げて残るぞ。なるほど。これで SA1 か高い一撃見事。
オッケー。ナイス。
はい、あらさま。
ピキス。
あらさま。
大慶異境パン境に SA2。そうですね。畳みかけるぜ。サベージタイガーレイド。お見事。ここだ。どうだ。これはクリティカルアーツは溜まっている。タイガーマッシュ。クリティカルアーツ。誰も。タイガー。
ナイス。
マジきつかったけど超ナイス。
タイガーガチナイス。
何とかしました。
戦いたい。うお OD で SA2 リバイブダンス余っている状況。これは倒しきりに至る。さあここはイタロ見てるがいか。そしてインパクトですね。悪魔的な勝ち方こちらにあり。
いや申し訳ない。
いや大丈夫。
オッケー。よっしゃー。ナイス。
すごいプレッシャーかけた。
何今めっちゃ嬉しいよ。
最高。爆成。おお確定してる。これはどうだ。余裕じゃないかこの SA3 ですけど、ただ遠いと難しいですね。難しい。バージョン打つ。
クリンプラ。打つんだ。
うわマジで。
今度は着地かかってる。これはもう2回目どころじゃない。これは余裕のリーサル。崩しに行く。誘える。歩いている。うろうろしてる。
勝った勝ったっぽい。
さっき無敵技カウンターゲージ十分です。見てますね。SA3 でのフィニッシュから SM もありますからね。うかずに止めた。ジャッケー。疾風陣大。目の前投げれる。ただもう受け入れないぞ。そうです。体力足んない。チャレンジパンチ。
いやーじゃないー。
ナイス。